my show, ding dong. It's my show, ding dong.
Hello! This is Left Hand Stew. I'm your host, Left Hand Stew. Welcome, welcome. How's everybody doing tonight? It is Monday, September 23rd, 2024. Oh no, we still haven't updated the good old... Where is the properties? Oh no. We need to update. Still says this is a... Well, I guess it's still kind of a surprise stream. Didn't really tell anybody it was coming. Ooh, almost spelled Colbert, very unfortunately. Alright, we'll save that. And where's the bumper? And refresh. Oh, geez, that's too long. We'll just go with that. We'll just go with Trudeau hits the Big Apple. There we go. It's your 18th. Okay, well, I'll mind my swears until you turn 18 then. The power went out. What happened? Was it just a breaker explosion? Or did you get hit with like a storm or whatever? Today was the first like day where I woke up and it's like, yeah, it's fall. It's fall. It was nice and crisp. It was raining just ever so slightly. It was still sunny. It wasn't too cold. Just cold enough for like you stand out in your pajamas on your front like stoop, enjoy your coffee. You're having hot coffee and you're getting a little chilly. Nice. It's brisking. How's everyone else's day today? I got most of my stories done pretty quickly today, so that was good. Hello, Discount Seth Rogen. Fargo is high. Camilla Poindexter. Carmela Marks, Catherine Catharsis, Lurcus Ignoramus, and Vexing. Hope you're all having a good day. It was rainy. It was rainy most of the day after like no rain for weeks. Well, that's always good. Where are you again, Catherine? Yeah, no, it was very lo-fi this morning. That is a good way to put it. It was very lo-fi weather. Buffalo, yes. All right, well. Last week was a very goddamn busy week. I know I was like, oh, we're back to streaming, and we're back, and then just no streams last week, because last week was insane. So it was obviously sort of back to school for Parliament. So first week back, House of Commons. Supply and Confidence Agreement had been ripped up a week before. Monday started with 2 real nail-biter by-elections, where... by, I think, within, like, I think it was, like, 8 p.m., if I go back, where you had the Liberal candidate basically running away from, oh, I just noticed you can see, do not pay attention to the bedroom behind the curtain. Yeah, no, last week was definitely a full decade. Shout out to Lennon on that specific quote, because that he definitely nailed it on that one. Last week was definitely one of those decade weeks in Canadian politics. Yeah, so Monday was the by-elections, so it's like Laura Palestini is like, and that was the liberal stronghold of liberal strongholds. That was Helm's Deep of liberal ridings. Maybe there's probably stronger liberal ridings, but it was up there. Pretty thick goddamn walls. And then we thought there was it was a little NDP Urukai running in, but then you're like, no, it's Bloc. Because, like, I think it was, and this, like, because it was later on that night where Sauvé, who was the NDP candidate, came out and did basically a victory speech. And at that time, he was in first. But it was also kind of felt like it was one of those things where, like, we know that these results are not going to come in till very early in the morning. And based on what I've heard from inside the room, by about 11 p.m., they realized that if they didn't do some kind of speech then, they would have. There was no going back. That was the sort of, shall we say, party atmosphere of the wherever they were holding their sort of election day party. Because I think it was at a bar, was starting to reach tipping point where it's sort of like no one will be listening to you. Maybe they may not be fully conscious if you wait any longer to deliver your speech. But then wake up in the morning, and Bloc Québécois had won that seat. NDP hold on to the riding in Manitoba, and the Liberals are down one more seat. And while that's all happening, I had to go to cover a birthday party for former Liberal Cabinet Minister Don Boudria, who is a member of the aptly named Rat Pack during the Mulroney era. And then I don't really remember much of Tuesday, other than I had to go to 2 more parties. I say had. I made myself go so I could cover them both. Speaker's party, which was good. That one was off the record, so I can't tell you anything other than it was good. And also, the speaker has his own brand of whiskey. That's public record. I can say that. For no reason, I'll just throw out this fact that usually when you have your own branded whiskey, you get to serve it for free at any party you may host for whatever reason. Completely unrelated. Also completely unrelated, the speaker's whiskey is very good. All 3 of those statements have nothing to do with each other. And then there was like a housewarming thing back on the hill at another bar, which I went to. Then I went to another party on Wednesday, and then by Thursday I was a zombie, so I not much. But there was also a bunch of actual politics happening. So I think we'll do a couple things. We'll watch this. This is from Thursday. The ad issue is always really good for just summing up the week.
A test of confidence. The Conservatives are making.
There's going to be people who are just like, "How dare you ad issue?" It's like I like my shows. My mom had Young and the Restless. I have ad issue. And if you get in between me and my ad issue, there's going to be problems.
Their first attempt at trying to bring down the government.
Well, no, question period's my Young and the Restless.
So far, have no other party to help them.
No, we're not going to play.
This is late on a Thursday, so this would have been what am I? Heartbeat or what am I thinking of? Hamish Macbeth. And for some of you that means nothing, but if you're Scottish or your parents are Scottish, that just unlocked something in your head.
Silly games.
I go against the Conservatives on a vote that is only about Pierre Poilievre.
That was like a British
Time for the Bloc.
ER show or a Scottish ER show, but like in a small town hospital. It was great.
The NDP to stop boosting carbon taxes and protecting this costly prime minister.
Oh, so yeah. So tomorrow, as Trudeau is currently in New York for the UN General Assembly, and as the title suggests, we'll be on Stephen Colbert later. Depending on if I can get a stream of it, we'll be watching it at 11. If not, we'll be watching it at 12. So we'll see. But on the eve of that, as he's doing this tonight, tomorrow, the Conservatives will be introducing the first of their non-confidence motions. And I think it's just simply that, like, it just simply reads, the House does not have confidence in this government. And if the Liberals lose that vote, which I think and I think for the Liberals to win that vote has to, that that motion has to be defeated. It's a little bit crosswireys there for a second, so I had to make sure in my brain I had that down right. So yeah, so if the motion that gets brought forward, if the Conservatives got a majority of MPs in the House to vote for it, then and the vote would happen on Wednesday. So the motion will be brought forward tomorrow, and then the vote will be on Wednesday. And if that that motion is successful, we're off to the goddamn races. Most likely won't be, because the Bloc and NDP have both said they won't be voting in favor of it, which maybe this could be true. This is maybe not true, but this could, I don't know if I would say it's a miscalculation by the Conservatives, but we have gotten to a point where maybe calling the NDP and Bloc all of those names for the last 2 years might make it difficult to get them to vote for your motions that will inevitably most likely lead to you becoming prime minister and your party being put into government. It's probably not going to be helpful, but I would assume that the Polyev and the Conservatives have probably thought about that. I would hope they've thought about that, and they're just, I mean, there's also the part where, like, the longer this gets put off, it doesn't really hurt the Conservatives. I'm sure they would want it, that, like, they would love to have a, like, election or a writ drop on Thursday if they could swing it. But even if it doesn't come till next fall, when the, like, mandated election date is, they just get to keep raking in money and spending as much as they want. And the second that writ drops, they have a limit on how much they can spend. So it's like, it's not like they're in a bad position. Yeah, the NDP can use that threat to get more stuff from Trudeau. But the thing is that's sort of a threat they can only, like, it's only good once. If the Liberals are like, no, we're not going to do that. Okay, vote for non-confidence. Sure, the NDP could vote non-confidence, and then but on that vote, the Bloc doesn't. And I think by the math, the Conservatives would need all of the NDP and some of the Bloc, or some of both, to have more than the Liberals. So they would need more than just one other party. They would need one plus a little bit of the other between the NDP and the Bloc. So there's a possibility that the NDP votes non-confidence, and then all of the Bloc votes confidence, and then that stops. But then that only goes until the Bloc finally decides to vote non-confidence. And once the NDP votes non-confidence, whenever they do that, they can't, in the next vote confidence, sort of thing. Like, they could, but that would look not great. So yeah, so I think that's all the context I wanted to provide. So we'll jump over to here. Oh, there we go.
So what do the Bloc and NDP's positions tell us? How will the Conservatives manage to win another party over? I'm Rosemary Barton, here to break it down on At Issue. Chantal Hébert, Andrew Coyne, Althea Raj. Nice to see you all. This week feels like about a year has passed already, and it's only Thursday.
No, full decade.
Chantal, let's start with you. So
we've already
the
established
confidence
this,
vote
Rosie.
is happening next week, sooner, I think, than people expected, perhaps. But it already seems as though we know what the outcome will be.
Oh, also, the NDP probably won't vote no confidence until at least after Thanksgiving, because pharmacare legislation is still in the Senate being studied, and it won't get third reading in the Senate till, I think it's October 10th, which then I don't think it would be able to get back to the House until after Thanksgiving, till it becomes law. And then after that, they would want to presumably try and get some agreements with different provinces. Which province did they get? It was BC, I believe. Yeah, BC has already signed a memorandum of understanding with BC, or BC has signed it with the federal government, and that will cover diabetes medications, and rather than I think contraceptives, because BC's own provincial program already covers contraceptives, they're going to cover hormone therapy for women. Yeah, and then I think Health Minister Mark Holland said he wants to try and have like a deal in place with all of the provinces. Like he said, every jurisdiction, which means all the provinces and territories, by I think it was April 1st. Trying not to read into anything by that being April Fool's Day. So they wanted money, and I guess like money for pharmacare, and agreements signed and money flowing for the pharmacare by April 1. It's like $1 billion worth of funding that's up for grabs between all the provinces. So that could even be another deadline, is that they're probably not going to vote no confidence till they see those agreements signed. And April 1, 2025, right now, could feel like a really long time away. But when you're trying to negotiate pharmacare deals with the provinces, not a lot of time. And I think as like on September 16th, like there was like maybe like 70 odd actual sitting days of Parliament. So it's like there's not a lot, like this stuff is going to sneak up on everybody.
What did you
the
make
fact
of
that we're almost already in
of the past
October
couple of
is
days?
hitting me like a
One, it doesn't seem
pickup truck.
this vote will not pass. Nothing will happen between now and Wednesday that will give Mr. Poilievre support for his confidence motion. It's coming up early because the Liberals, who have control over the parliamentary agenda and who have to allocate a set number of opposition days to the opposition parties to present motions like this, decided rather wisely to do so at the earliest opportunity. Before a lot of grievances have piled up on the other two sides.
Okay, and the foreign interference inquiry returns tomorrow.
What happened next was quite predictable.
So that's
I
still
think
going
Mr.
till the end of
Blanchet from the
December,
Bloc
or at
Québécois
least
never
till
made it a secret that he does
end of
not
October,
interpret
and
his
then
victory,
a report is the
quite
inquiry's report is due in December.
a victory in La Salle
And I'm realizing I
Verdun,
still
a
have not
West
tweeted out
Island,
that I'm live,
or
'cause
West
I'm-
Montreal riding that the Bloc never wins usually, as a cue to help Mr. Poilievre become
Marty
Prime
really
Minister,
owned me when he
especially
told
with
me
a
that
majority. So
I
the
really
answer
need to
from
work
the
on
Bloc, when the
not
Bloc
getting
makes that move,
sidetracked
it's going to find
just
a Quebec
random,
issue that people can relate to
stream of
to go there.
consciousness when
They're
I'm
not going to
streaming.
make it easier for Pierre Poilievre when every poll here shows that Quebecers, 44%
I'd think about writing a
think
script,
the worst
but if I
case
did that,
scenario
I'd never even
in an
start
election,
streaming, because I'd still be writing it right
federally
now.
would be Pierre Poilievre becoming Prime Minister.
Doing, like,
so do the
rewrites
math.
and add and
As for
shit.
the NDP, I never believed that the NDP would support anything that would bring down the government before the BC election is over at the end of October.
I did notice Blanchet say today, though, Andrew, I'm not doing it now, but like talk to me in October. Maybe things will change, and I imagine that's his leverage with the government to try and extract more for.
Also,
in this case,
hi,
he's asking
5
for more
Gallon,
for
how are you?
seniors.
First of all, I agree with Chantal that it was a good move for the Liberals to bring on the vote because they know that all three parties are not.
This is gonna blow your mind. I used to be very like poo-poo the Senate. I've kind of been turned around, or at least I no longer think that I'm no longer convinced that like that triple E Senate equal effective and elected, where it's like if it's equal and elected, isn't that just a second House of Commons? And then what's the point? Why not just make the just double the seats in the House of Commons then? What is... Because it's like the point of it is the sort of sober second thought where like House of Commons introduces legislation and they argue about it, blah, blah, blah. And then they send it up to the Senate, and the Senate goes, all right, we don't have to worry about getting elected. So we don't really care about like sort of political considerations on this, or this is how it's supposed to work. So we can sort of look at it with a more critical eye. If we get them drunk on electoral politics, there goes the sober second thought, is kind of the best way it's been put to me. So it's like, I'm not saying that I have completely been purged of all of my misgivings about the point of a Senate. But then it's like, again, also, it's like, do we just want like the Senate in the US? Because it's like that would just be what we'd get. And then it's, I don't know, is that better? I think it's at a point where it's like, my opinion on it is basically the object at rest will stay at rest until a equal force acts upon it, and the forces arguing for that object to be moved and made elected or abolished, they feel really weak.
Going to vote at the same time to bring them down. Not today, not tomorrow, I suspect for a long time to come. We know the Conservatives want to have a vote. They say they do. I'm not even sure the Conservatives want to have an election this week. I don't think anybody does, but you know, they'd like to have one pretty soon. So you have to get the other two parties, the Bloc and the NDP, to vote together to bring the government down. Well, why would they? When the Bloc is up, the NDP is typically down, and vice versa. The Bloc, as Chantal said, you know, they could take it or leave it, if you will, on an election. They'll take an election on their terms. They're not in any great hurry, but they're not afraid of it either. They're basically at more or less the same point in the polls that they've been for several years, 32, 33% in the polls. They might win a few more seats if an election were held today, but not a huge upside for them. But they'll bide their time. They'll
also remember,
show a
it's September.
statesmanlike readiness to entertain offers from the Liberals. When they feel that they can no longer extract anymore, then they might feel they're ready to go.
Twitch Prime.
That leaves the NDP. Well, the NDP doesn't want to have an election anytime soon, to say the least. They did not badly in the by-elections, but they're sagging in the polls. They've got hardly anybody nominated. They're way behind in the fundraising. So they would like to put it off as long as possible, frankly. Now, you might say, well, if the Bloc votes, just declines to vote no confidence this time, maybe that gives the NDP a free kick. Yeah. Except the trouble is you can't really take back
We're running a professional streaming operation over here.
You've lost confidence. Yeah. So unless they're prepared to keep on voting no confidence after this one, then they don't want to get into that. And of course, if they keep on voting no confidence, at some point the Bloc's going to agree with them, and they're into an election they don't want.
That's right. They would paint themselves into a bit of a corner doing it that way. Althea, is this just as Monsieur Blanchet described it accurately this week, 4 cars playing chicken, and that's what we're going to be now until we get to an election?
Yes. In fact, what's been really refreshing, I think, is that you have Yves-François Blanchet, who doesn't usually tend to have that many Anglophone, like the rest of Canada, journalists attending his press conferences. And all of a sudden there's all this interest, and he's like a straight talker who kind of just says it the way it is. And I agree with everything Chantal and Andrew just said. I think there are other reasons at play too. I think the Liberals and the Bloc played their hands wisely. I'm not sure I would say that the NDP necessarily has. I think they overshot in their rhetoric, perhaps because of by-election positioning. Yeah. But it's really hard to say you've lost confidence in somebody and then come back and say, well, actually, I'm going to vote that I have confidence in them a week later. That's a bit tricky. But I agree with Andrew's point. If they didn't vote with the government now, when there's actually a pharmacare bill that is about to be passed in the Senate that isn't law yet, how could they ever go back and say, now we have confidence in the government, even though we didn't have confidence in them 2 weeks ago? I think the Bloc was super smart to come out very quickly. I didn't expect them to come out, a day after the government announced that they were going to allow the Conservative opposition to put forward this non-confidence vote so early. the Bloc came out and basically squeezed the NDP and tried to squeeze the NDP. Mr. Blanchet was very clear in his language, kind of daring the NDP to go back on their words and to stay in their corner. And his whole goal was basically to be the only partner the Liberals could have. And then he would have the Liberals by the jugular, that he would be able to get more things that he wanted. And so far his negotiations have started pretty slim. He's asking for a few things. Supply management bill that is in the Senate that the senators don't like because it ties the hand of a future foreign affairs minister to negotiate away supply management. The tariffs around that that threatened the industry here. But that bill got the support of the Liberals in the House of Commons. The other thing that the Bloc wants is a 10% boost to old age security for seniors that are 65 to 74. Yeah. The Liberals boosted the pension in budget 2021, but only for those over 74. And in order to do that, the government has to agree to allow an opposition MP to bring forward a money bill, which is an incredibly rare thing to do. And that bill has been languishing in the House of Commons since March because the government has refused to do that. So Mr. Blanchet has said, he actually said on CBC, I think I'm going to give them some time, basically a month, and maybe in October I'll defeat them.
It's also a very expensive ask, that part of it.
About $10 billion, I remember, if I remember correctly. So, but
today,
he's not asking about immigration.
He's
not asking for things that the federal government would not give them.
All of the budget targets into absolute
What's interesting about the ask on pensions is that it's not a Quebec-only bill. The boost in old age security would apply across the board to all seniors. But what's also interesting pertaining to cost is that in the House of Commons, the Conservatives supported it, along with the NDP. So it's hard to make a case that Mr. Blanchet is asking a Quebec-only big money bill to buy off his support. I think he acted swiftly this week because he's playing the long game, as opposed to many of the players we're seeing, in the sense that when he does not say quickly that the Bloc is not going to vote for a non-confidence motion, the government will have to take it seriously because he will not. The message was, I'm not going to play poker on this, but when I do say I'm thinking about supporting this, you're going to have to take me to my word.
I also think it's just because he was super confident after Monday, so he's ready to kind of show all that confidence in Ottawa.
Just a point on that. Andrew is not wrong about the Bloc being at 30-34, but the way the vote is splitting is really good for the Bloc.
That's right.
And if you look at their numbers in Francophone Quebec, they're poised to take the Liberals off that board in the next election. That could even translate into official opposition for the Bloc.
But whatever the map looks like
eager.
All I know is that I think next election there's going to be a lot of instances where I'm going to have the same just shocked feeling I had, I think, in 2015 when just the entire East Coast went red. Just watching that go crack, you're like, wait, is it all going red? I don't think it's all good. There's going to be many parts that go entirely red this time, but there's going to be different but similar moments of just shock.
You don't want to go when you're ready to go necessarily when the public's ready to go.
No!
You want to look like you've been forced into it. You want to present yourself as
Shaft
the soul
Tack
of reason.
Apple. Thank you for the follow.
Make this parliament work. And yet these other players are playing politics, and I'm finally forced.
We're working our way to 1,000
to bring this government down. So he doesn't need to do that this week. He sets himself up better for the day when he eventually wants to do it by doing things like this, where he says, look, I supported the government until I could no longer have the option.
30 seconds, Althea.
Well, nothing stops Mr. Blanchet from bringing forward his own non-confidence motion.
Exactly.
There are 7 of these opposition days. The Conservatives get 5. The Bloc and the NDP get 1 each. The other thing I would just point out is that actually the Bloc and the NDP don't like Pierre Poilievre, and they don't want a Conservative majority government. Why would they? Now they can actually negotiate with a minority Liberal and try to get stuff that they want. So there's like the actual tangible politics things that are good. They can go back to the electorate and say, see what we got for you, like elect more of us. And that's what both parties want, the NDP and the Bloc. There's the other thing that they actually, like, find Pierre Poilievre and his type of politics despicable, and they don't want to play with them. So these two things are nicely combining, I guess, to not give Mr. Poilievre what he wants.
Very quickly, Chantal, very quickly.
And in the case of the Bloc, it's got more room to maneuver on that score because Quebecers, by and large, are not pining for a Pierre Poilievre government. The situation here is really different.
You gotta wait more than like 5 minutes between liking my tweet.
The notion that Quebecers are in a hurry to get Pierre Poilievre as Prime Minister
make that difficult.
is a non-starter. Actually, dislike of Poilievre is boosting the BQ numbers these days.
It's been a brutal few
Oh wait,
days
was
for
I
the
muted?
Liberals. They lost to
No, I
Quebec's
said,
stronghold
is this
in the
Dieter?
by-election.
Obviously, it would have been nicer
Because
to,
you
be
liked
able
my
to,
tweet and then
win.
yeah,
and hold,
exactly. That's
Verdun,
why
but,
it made
there's
it
more
pretty
work to
easy.
do, and we're going to stay focused on doing it.
And now their Quebec lieutenant is stepping down.
Sorry.
Have decided to enter the race to become leader of the Quebec Liberal Party.
So how's the Liberal Party responding to a challenging week? Let's call it that. Can they bounce back?
Yeah, losing Pablo is wild.
Althea, let's start with you.
I don't know.
I mean,
who's
Monday
their
seems
new
like
Quebec
a month ago.
lieutenant?
But you take Monday on top of this decision by Pablo Rodriguez, which has been, an open secret here in Ottawa for some time. It doesn't make for a great week again for the Liberals.
No, but they're not related. Pablo Rodriguez has
Duclos?
been a Liberal MP since 2004. I mean, it doesn't look like the Liberal government's going to form.
I think he was party
government again
president
in the next
too
election.
before he was an
wants a
MP.
new challenge. Completely understandable that he would want
Like
to go
it's
try
not
to,
just the
mount his
a
leadership
senior
bid for
cabinet
the
minister
Quebec
they're
wing of
losing.
the
This
party.
is like
the fact that he's sitting as an independent is actually good for him. It's good for the
institutional
government. The
knowledge
Liberal
they're
Party
losing at the
federally and
party
provincially
level
are not
now.
actually the same party, so it allows Mr. Poilievre to take different public
Hey,
stands
John Taylor.
that the
Ooh,
federal
we've got
government might
actual
take.
people watching on YouTube.
The by-election
Hell
is
yeah.
a big loss, and it should not be underestimated. But the PMO and the party did a really good job at the caucus in Nanaimo
Hello,
last
YouTube
week
friends.
of basically lowering expectation from MPs, telling them that they were going to lose, that they should prepare to lose, that even if they lost, the Prime Minister was not going to go anywhere. So you didn't have that heightened anxiety that we saw after Toronto St. Paul's back in June when they lost another safe Liberal stronghold. But it is very concerning that the none of the above vote is going to the Bloc Québécois. Part of that riding did go Bloc, back in 2008. Yeah. About half that riding was a Bloc seat for a bit. But both parts of that riding went NDP Orange in 2011. So it is really concerning. I think they actually thought they had a chance of winning because there were people spinning Mélanie Joly's team is out there and they're going to bring this home, and then it didn't happen.
It was close, and there was I think 2 or 3 times where it was tied.
But it should not have been.
No, it should not have been close. No,
if you lose this seat, if you lose Toronto St. Paul's, what's left on the electoral map? And that's what MPs are thinking about.
Chantal.
And it's not only that. This, like Toronto St. Paul's, was one by-election, which allowed the party to pour enormous amounts of resources and what would have been considered a few years ago safe Liberal seats where you put no extra resources.
Right.
And despite having put all those resources, ministers on the ground, boots from Ottawa and from everywhere on the ground, they still could not keep it.
Where was it?
2, I don't think the Liberals
I knew I saved
totally
this for a
understand
reason.
that with this,
I knew I saved this for a reason. Oh, I'm a stinker. Where is it?
Show me the money!
Woo! 250 bits! Wait. Shaft Tack Apple, thank you for the 250 bits. Hell yeah. Supporting, well, not independent journalism, because I do have a job, but journalism nonetheless.
Yes. I'm convinced we will win.
Oh, god dang it.
Cat. Chew.
Just gonna do the Curb Your Enthusiasm theme, but then it went to an ad. Ooh, hell yeah! There we go.
Confirms,
but yeah,
and the polls do show that. Is that
I just was like, that seems a little confident.
They have lost Quebec. Their situation has become marginally worse. They were behind everywhere, but not in Quebec.
Wait, which argument is true for everyone?
The beginning of the summer, and now they are well behind the Bloc across Quebec, and that basically means they have nowhere else to look to. And I'll give you my theory as to why they lost Quebec. I think over the summer, Quebecers realized that the Liberals had lost the rest of Canada, and on that basis, since Pierre Poilievre is not at this point attracting very many votes in Quebec,
fair enough.
They decided to turn to, go back behind the barricades, and that would be the Bloc Québécois. So
I like
that
Jolie,
tells me that the only way
I didn't share her confidence that the Liberals were going to win that by-election.
I don't know how they do at this point, but Andrew, you.
Well, I'll say, first of all, it's not just La Salle-Verdun. In Elmwood-Transcona, the Liberal candidate got 4.8%.
Oh yeah, no.
I believe I'm correct.
Can you see it on Twitch? You can see everybody else's comments
for a governing party in a by-election in history of Canada. There's only been 2 worse. So that's not encouraging either. And so I've been delving into the numbers a little bit. You can't find a governing party that's been this far behind. They're now an average of 20 points behind in the polls for this long. They've been 15 to 20 points back for more than a year. With this little time left before the election, you can't find that unless you go back to the last days of Brian Mulroney or the last days of
oh no, you should be able to.
Before the Diefenbaker sweep of 58. So neither
John Taylor, it's the Restream bot ones.
The governing party. In other words, to come back from this, they'd have to.
Those are the chats
from
Twitch.
That's never been done in Canadian history before, under a leader who is now underwater in terms of the approval ratings by 39 points. To take up Chantal's point about
so say Twitch, it'll say like bracket
Quebec,
Twitch.
That's also perhaps the last argument.
Shaft tack
Justin
Apple.
Trudeau
I can see John Marks.
That's the furniture in Quebec.
So then you should be able to see everybody.
He's not even going to do that. On balance, I've been one of those who've argued that maybe it's better to lose with the guy you have.
Isn't it great how technology brings us together?
At some point, the argument can flip that anything would be better than this.
Yeah, if you're going to get wiped out, then the argument quickly, Chantal.
Yes, but I think what's also happening, and it goes back to what Althea was saying about Nanaimo, is that people who want to be Liberal leaders, his successor, are now thinking maybe it's better to let him sink.
Yes.
Because if we're going to take a sinking ship, the Liberal Party, they're not big on second chances. So I think that is also what is shoring up Mr. Trudeau.
We can know too much about each other, which I think we all experienced. So I think it was like on Friday when all of those sort of like the Olivia Nuzzi news and Mark Robinson stuff, it's like we know too much about each other.
Last quick word, Althea.
I'm not sure that the party will be asking him to stay on if he decides that he wants to go. I think a lot of caucus, I would venture to say the majority of caucus would like him to make that decision on his own accord.
Cameron, I'm going to tell you right now, as this election approaches, the Mulroney invocations are going to go up to 11. Like, you think they're like a lot now? I would gauge them at probably about a 7 comparatively to what I expect them to get to. That's the 11 by about election time. Because narratively, the fact that it's Trudeau, like Trudeau Senior was defeated by Mulroney. So as soon as that comes close, it's gonna that those narrative comparisons are gonna start popping up all the time. Hey JMT, how's it going? Nuzzy's old tweets, yeah, like there was a couple of them where I was like, oh no. There's one that I thought was really good, where she just tweeted out the definition of an idiot plot. And an idiot plot is a narrative plot, or like a narrative where all of the forward motion of the narrative and all of the conflict only arises because everyone involved is an idiot. And if even a single person in the cast was not an idiot, it would be immediately resolved. I thought that was just that was one of my funnier of her old tweets that people dug up for the occasion.
Or they feel like they're helpless. They're not, but they feel that they are helpless in shoving him out the door. And none of the internal caucus members, the cabinet ministers who do want the job, are actively pushing him out. So, you know, that is not helping the, you know, backbench MPs who want to see the leader gone.
I saw somebody, it might have been one of your stories, Althea, anonymous source, doing a Nancy Pelosi and saying, he's got to make up his mind quick whether he's going to stay or go after he's just said, I'm staying.
Heckled by protesters on Parliament Hill, Jagmeet Singh chose to turn and confront them.
Oh yeah, who saw it?
If it was me, I'd admit it. Would you say that?
Sicko mode Singh, they're calling him now.
Who is it then? Point it out. I have no idea who it was, buddy. My word. You sure it's not you? No, 100%. You're a coward. You're not going to say it to my face. That's what's up.
The video has raised...
CBC doesn't show the whole clip, but in the whole clip, it's so obvious that this dude is the guy who yelled it. Like, it's there's no equivocation. Also, I know this is not important, but I'm so mad he was wearing a Toronto Maple Leafs hat. I don't know. I hate that we got dragged into this as well. Also, they're just standing there, just watching it happen.
Is concerns over parliamentary safety, with many MPs saying the situation is getting worse.
And I'm not sure what they're supposed to do in that situation. It's just very funny. Just the image of like his finger's like an inch from that dude's face. It got that.
What do we make of the video?
Yeah, the Randy yelled
about
it.
The security of our elected officials, Chantal, Andrew.
That would just be it. That'd be a great. It just that's who gets blamed for everything. Eves from Harry Potter. Yeah, I don't know what that's like, Rogan.
Althea, I should say there have been a group of protesters sort of sitting in front of the West Block since Parliament returned, and they've been yelling and doing things that protesters do. Following an MP is a little unusual.
And there's been a lot of them. There's
Andrew,
there's a good herd of them out there.
How Singh responded.
Like, oh, and they gave. I don't even know you. JMT, thanks for the follow. They gave me a new nickname. I'm Pornstash. That's what they yell at me every time I walk past, which I'm cool with. I like it. It's funny.
And how
they're like, if you shaved it, no one would know what you look like. And it's like, that's why I grew it. Like, there's a scene from soccer coach who goes, or the football coach who goes to coach. I had to dump so much pop culture stuff just so I can remember the names of politicians and staffers. God, can someone please help me? The football coach, the TV show about the American football coach who goes to England to coach football, like British football. Why can't I? Ted Lasso. Oh my God. There's a scene in that where he explains why he got a mustache, and it's like, well, he was a sort of nondescript white dude who couldn't grow a beard and wanted a way to distinguish himself from all of the other nondescript white dudes, so he grew a mustache. That's what I did. That's what we're all doing. If you see us with any white dude with a mustache, that's what we're doing. It's the only way we can tell each other apart. And the problem is that like there becomes a critical mass where all of the skinny nondescript white dudes have mustaches, and then it's like, oh, now some of us have to shave so that we can tell each other apart again.
How that unfolded.
Well, first of all, I think the security people would very much prefer that party leaders and MPs did not
round of the
take it
playoffs
upon themselves to confront protesters. It's not a smart move from that standpoint, and we're
VHS
playing with borrowed time.
I think even then
a lot of people are very
credit.
worried that there's so many cranks out there nowadays that one of them is going to take a shot at somebody, and so it's very worrisome. That being said,
I'm glad I got a job on the Hill, because I would still look like a bum. This is the only reason I'm motivated to get dressed
anymore.
anymore.
Has been that he's been sort of pushed around and looked a bit weak. And you hate to say it this way. You wish politics was more above this, but
Saturdays
people
I just
sometimes
rot.
look at these things and go, okay, I'll look at you a little differently now. Remember Justin Trudeau in the boxing match? He probably would not have been Prime Minister today if he hadn't knocked a guy out in the ring. So now, that being said, he then ruined it.
Andrew Coyne won't say it, but I'll say it. We need to bring the boxing match back. If we're not going to have an election between now and next October, we need to have a charity boxing match between Trudeau and Poilievre. I think it would take a little bit of the heat off. I think people would chill out a little bit. You do it like over. I think like. Here's my thought. I think this might even be too long because we should have done it this summer, but like maybe do it over the Christmas break. Give them time to like warm up a little bit. It could be like a New Year's charity boxing match. Let them hammer each other a little bit. Like just like with the Trudeau Brazeau fight. Then they can come back in January. Maybe one or both of them have like a light black eye, and they can, and it'll. I think it would help us heal, and I could be wrong. I just think that we should try it. Has anyone suggested it? That's just my suggestion. We don't have to. I like. Do you honestly think it would make things worse? I don't. There's no way it could make it worse.
That moment of spontaneous, authenticity by going online and bragging about it and using it to make political points against the Conservatives, and they're probably fundraising on it for all I know.
Get him.
They are.
At that point,
Get him,
I think,
Chantal.
okay,
Get him,
so
Chantal.
this was just another stage.
She's getting
show,
ready.
You're just as phony as the rest.
Chantal wants in there, yeah.
Get in there.
Jagmeet Singh is a human and a politician.
Yeah.
I don't know of any politician who wouldn't have used it in a video afterwards, especially if you're trying to fundraise and change your brand
Chantal
to
said,
someone
"Shut up,
who is
bitch!"
more assertive and not just Justin Trudeau's yes man. I understand the security concerns. I think they are totally well-founded.
That was what
but
Chantal was
also
saying. I would
think
never
that
say that to
politicians
Chantal.
bear
I want to make that very
responsibility.
clear.
It's not necessary to think that one party or another put those protesters up to whatever they were screaming at Jagmeet Singh or anybody else, to know that overheated rhetoric, calling yourself a liar or a sellout or go down the list, only makes it more acceptable to do the unacceptable. And it is unacceptable to be heckling MPs, calling them corrupt. At some point, of course, some of them will react, but it's also that
I've been also saying this,
I don't
Fargo.
know. It's.
I was
if
saying
you
that
don't set
over the
tone
summer,
in the House of Commons,
or
don't
like
be surprised.
starting in
it's
spring, he
trashy
needed to be
outside.
doing like 200, 500 sit-ups a day,
your point, Chantal,
and then
I know
he
I'll be
starts
way
doing
in
the
place. It
shirtless
was a very
jogs
human
through the
moment.
summer,
I mean,
and
you
like
could
he
see, like,
runs
it was just
into
Mr. Singh
a
had
group
had
of people who later turn out to be like liberal staffers and their friends.
After is another thing,
but that's like a week after they've gotten the photo out, sort of thing.
Respond that way, I think you can kind of relate to it. Yeah, Althea.
But here's the thing: no one asked me,
respond
so
that way. But I'm not Jagmeet Singh. I think there's a lot of things happening at the same time. One, there's a lot of hate that has been directed to MPs, especially MPs from minority backgrounds. And Mr. Singh has gotten a lot of it online, and now we see in person. The tone in the chamber has changed. The Liberals have decided to take a much more aggressive tone. The debates and the words coming out of MPs and ministers' mouths are really upping the ante. It used to be that, we tried to disagree on policy. Now we're basically dehumanizing our political opponents. That has certainly had an impact. I also do think that Andrew is right about this macho image that the leaders are trying to portray, whether it was Justin Trudeau back in, I don't remember when it was, 2012, 2013. He was being accused of being
Cameron Ryan
effeminate
calling
male,
out which reference Andrew Coyne is doing.
He could
Great.
basically
I
fight Patrick
read on the
Brazeau
ropes.
and be masculine. And you see Mr. Poilievre has done the same thing with his makeover. You're pumping iron, getting rid of the glasses. He looks more like a jock, less like a nerd. Mr. Singh is a mixed martial arts expert. But you can see from that
Rogan,
video,
your team's
he's pumping
Detroit?
off his chest. He's also had trouble getting male voters to come to the NDP's side. We've seen that with, the loss of blue-collar workers, for example, with the NDP support. So I do think that there is whether it's conscious or unconscious, there is definitely a strategy to try to get male voters back. And it certainly didn't help that, apparently, they do this a lot, the NDP, with those viral moments. And I guess it suits an emotional need and a political need as well.
Okay, I got to leave it there. I suspect we'll talk about tone and rhetoric more because it's heading in a particular direction. I think we can all agree. Okay, thanks everybody.
I feel like I
That's
probably
Issue for
land
this week.
like
I'm
because I
Rosemary Barton.
don't.
Thanks for
There's
watching.
one in reverse. Obviously, the Conservatives
At
would
issue
for sure
tonight,
have
Jagmeet
made a
Singh-
video and tried to fundraise off it, and so would the Liberals in a similar circumstance. So it's I don't know if it's if turning it into a video or like that. It would almost be seemingly political malpractice to have a video that almost was universally deemed as like a good look, quote unquote, for Singh to not use that politically to your advantage. No, that's from 2 weeks ago. All right, let's check in on QP.
Mr. Justin Trudeau this week. It kicked off with another
Mr.
by-election
Pelos.
loss in a Liberal stronghold, this time in Montreal. Then Transport Minister Pablo Rodriguez
Basically
announced
just
he
killing
was
time
stepping
till
down
Colbert.
as minister and as Quebec lieutenant as he launches a bid for the leadership of the Quebec Liberal Party. That announcement wasn't unexpected, but his decision to remain as an independent MP came somewhat as a surprise.
I have also decided to sit as an independent MP until the launch of the leadership campaign next January. This is in order to avoid a costly by-elections a few weeks or months before a general election.
Now, sources have confirmed to CTV News that plans are underway for a bigger shuffle in the next few months, with more cabinet ministers weighing their...
Which it seems like they may have been gearing up to do one in the summer, and then just the giant nationwide rail strike was just like, nope, you're not shuffling your transport minister right now.
their own decisions about their future. Here to dig into all of that is our Sunday strategy session. Corey Tenike was Ontario Premier Doug Ford's campaign manager and former Director of Communications for Prime Minister Stephen Harper. Kathleen Monk is a former NDP strategist and Director of Communications to the late Jack Layton. And Scott Reid is a CTV News political analyst and former Communications Director to Prime Minister Paul Martin. Hi, everybody. Good to see you. Let's quickly, last time we met, we talked about looking ahead to the by-election. Scott, I'll start with
truckers.
You. A lot of effort from the Liberals this week to downplay how big of a deal it was.
So I guess it could have been worse.
How big of a deal was it? Or is it?
It is a big deal. I mean, you know, it feels like the air is coming out of the bicycle tire of the government, and you can just see it in people's faces, and you can read it in their body language. And so the fact that bad news is expected still doesn't necessarily help you when the bad news arrives. And I really did think that you could feel the sense of resignation on the part of a lot of cabinet ministers, and particularly caucus members. People sort of shrug their shoulders and say things like, with their face, well, that's where we're at now, man. That's how this cookie crumbles. So, again, the persistent question for the Liberals isn't how bad is it.
I like
now.
how this is
It's
just
bad.
one person
the question is,
shy of
how
cursive
do you get out of it?
politics.
What's the path to victory? What's the path to even being competitive?
They've just
again?
swapped out the
And,
NDP.
You know, we're going to work hard and we're going to keep delivering is the only message note from the government, and that's cutting zero, and with anyone internally, and certainly it's cutting zero with the public.
When we were gathered on radio, Kathleen, this week, Scott mentioned that he had heard it wasn't even talked about, that the by-election outcome wasn't even mentioned in caucus. I reached out to a number of MPs and they confirmed, like, not a word, and they were flabbergasted by that. What does that say to you?
I think in some ways they're shocked that this
Lyrics rundowns? That what wasn't talked about is wild. The Air Canada strike? Oh, yeah, I'm trying to. I took the summer off. And then I came back for the debates, and I was gearing up to start it again, and then last week was just insane, so I didn't do any. But I'm trying to gear up and try and do them a little bit more. Yeah, so I try to do maybe do Mondays, or it all depends on if there's like these receptions I have to cover. just an analogy that there's been a couple on the Curse of Politics where it's just like the rest of them were just like, well, we can't segue away from that. You've made it too weird. Oh no, you're talking about Scott. I'm talking about Corey. Corey's made some weird analogies on Curse of Politics. Scott's are just a little bit like strained, where it's like I don't know if that works. Corey's are unsettling sometimes.
Bad news keeps on coming, but I don't know why. For over a year, we've been saying to Liberals, like, turn the ship around.
Oh my God, there's
Where's
so
the
many
narrative? What's the policy that's going to correct these
forgetting.
polling numbers? And we haven't seen that from them. And I wonder, I was thinking about this last night. Does it go back to 2015 when Justin Trudeau was first elected and his staff team and complement that he surrounded himself were really just like loyal implementers? They weren't presenting like kind of a team of rivals, right? They purposely ousted people, you know, like Scott, the Martin crew, other crews, the Chrétien crews, older Liberals that would have had that challenge function, right? That challenge function at the table, that critical thinking to push back. And I wonder if it's there both from the cabinet table, from the staff table to actually develop that plan, because we didn't see it. And then we did see almost, you know, a really defeated Justin Trudeau earlier in the week in cabinet ins. And then again, the silence that happened at caucus. I think the question
Corey
that,
tonight, seeing how many times he can say meow before Vassy calls him on it,
is what more bad news comes for the Liberals, right? Because it's just like they just keep on getting hit by it time and time again.
Well, Corey, you've been on the inside of a government.
Just a fact check.
Yeah, I know you weren't
Just
ousted. She means people who are pushed back were.
I'd been on Exile Island for 10 years by 2015.
But you weren't drawn back in. That's the thing.
Got it. I think you're referencing
the thing about Rob Ford's sartorial meow style.
Remember, the message was not your grandfather's Liberal Party, right? Like they went out of their way to surround themselves with people who had a different vision than perhaps the party had held in the past. Corey, I just wanted to touch on sort of Kathleen's last point. You've been on the inside of a government in the last, you know, iteration of it, and I was reminded this week, particularly with Rodriguez's exit, thinking back to Seamus O'Regan, of covering in 2014 and 2015 the Harper government when John Baird left and Jason Kenney left. At the time, you didn't know what it signified, but in retrospect, it was the air letting out of the tire. Is that your sense right now?
I think it is. Although there's a bit of a difference in those two situations. The Conservatives were stalled at, you know, in the low 30s and really didn't move in 2015. But in the low 30s, you know, you can, you know, look yourself in the mirror and convince yourself that there's a path to victory at that level of support. It's very difficult when you're at like 21, 22 points to look yourself in the mirror and say there's a path to victory. And so, yeah, I think the dynamic is very similar, Vashi, but like I think the degree to which it's obvious that the things are not going to work out well for these guys unless something very radical changes is obvious to everyone except maybe one or two people, and clearly one of them is the Prime Minister himself, who seems to live in what Steve Jobs used to be described as a reality distortion zone. Like it's just absolutely mind-boggling that, you know, you could have a caucus meeting and not talk about losing one of the safest seats in the country.
Yeah, wasn't he pushed?
Crazy.
If I'm not mistaken.
Scott, when it comes to the possibility or the probability of doing what the three of you are talking about, and what I feel like we've been talking about for 18 months, putting forward something on the table that is dramatically different if you're going to keep the Prime Minister in his position, there's still no signals that's going to be the case. They really seem to be bent on the idea that the contrast between them and the Conservatives will serve them well in the general election.
Well, and I think that's why you do feel a note of resignation among a lot of Liberals and even caucus members, because there is no effort to describe or characterize or portray a path to victory. And so you get this, we're going to work hard, we're going to do better, we're going to listen harder. And what? The Canadian electorate that keeps expressing its disapproval will somehow turn around. And so you do hear rumors that after the election in the United States, the presidential election, that they may shuffle cabinet. Maybe that will give them an opportunity to change
after the election?
And fundamentally, I go back to the analogy. It does feel like the air is leaking out of the tire. It doesn't feel like they have a pump handy. And that leaves the government at a real disadvantage, not just in terms of capturing the imagination of the public, but even in terms of rallying its own kind.
I guess they don't want it to be overshadowed by the election stuff?
Can I jump in on that? Because, like,
That's assuming it's all going to be done and sorted after election day,
which I can't get my head around.
The last election was
ultimately,
it may not be.
The Liberals only lost by a few hundred votes. And the Prime Minister chose to spend the last couple of weeks gallivanting around at the TIFF Film Festival and things like that instead of in
he
the
was
riding.
Gallivanting.
It would have been a bad signal for them to narrowly win a safe seat.
Come on,
but it's
Corey.
much,
you know
much,
damn
much,
well
much
if he'd been in that
better.
riding, he'd be losing votes for the Liberals, not winning them.
That's
not
better.
And that's the uncomfortable reality for them now.
If that's true,
sounds
then,
worse.
That's even worse. But I got to think that at a victory that close, you pull out all the stops. And if in Montreal, of all places, the Prime Minister is so unpopular that hiding him on a red carpet in Toronto is better than having him campaign in his hometown.
Also, they sent him to Montreal Pride because of how much everybody loved him there.
It's just mind-blowing.
But I think just jumping off that, and last word to you, Kathleen, the point that
the
Scott
press
made is accurate,
wasn't told
right?
till
I think
after
there
he
was
showed
a
up.
sense, and there was some reporting around the local candidate even to this effect that aligning herself with Justin Trudeau or making Justin Trudeau the center of that campaign would work to their detriment. But it does speak also to what Corey's saying, where there's been a few instances where that's the case now. Why doesn't, it remains perplexing that that's not being internalized.
The Liberal strategy is perplexing and has been for the last year. Their numbers have been down for the last year. Why haven't they been able to come up with any strategy or any narrative that would change beyond the we're going to work harder, like Scott said? I think the political brinkmanship that we're going to see in the weeks ahead is almost comical. We see the Liberals who have said, we're dead in the water. That means the NDP should give up. And then you see the Conservatives saying, we've got momentum. The NDP should give up, because they're our only obstacle. It's all ridiculous. All parties should be working in the House to get things done. And New Democrats are going to do that too. And that means, yes, it means when Yves-François Blanchet calls Justin Trudeau a viper, he gets to vote for Trudeau too. That's how Westminster parliamentary system works. But that brinkmanship is going to be interesting. And I think the biggest tell in the strategy, and I'm glad I got the last word today, is that Corey and the Conservatives are attacking New Democrats like we've never seen before. Why? Because we're the one obstacle actually for them getting a full massive majority, and they can see that potentially the pull-up. We held Elmwood-Transcona, we brought up our vote in Montreal, and we'll see what happens in the weeks to come.
I mean, I'll be the last word. To be fair, I think the NDP are getting a lot of focus also because they called Justin Trudeau weak and selfish, and now they're voting to keep him in the same position. But I'm just adding that one little caveat. I got to leave it there. Lucky I get to give myself the last word. Thanks, everyone.
Well, there is. I mean, I don't know if this is just because it is a Liberal stronghold and then a seat that the NDP held where the former MP was very, very popular and his family was very, very popular as well as his father. But someone suggested it's like if there's going to be sort of a nationally historic conservative majority in the next election, you would have thought maybe the Conservatives would win one of those seats, at least the one in Manitoba. But I mean, there's also Lop Canoe just became premier. There's that probably gave the NDP a sizable boost, or at least some sort of boost there. So it's not like the Conservatives are expecting to win every single seat. All right. Now we'll go to Trudeau at the UN. This was his speech from, I believe this is earlier today. No, this was yesterday.
Future. Friends, as we meet here in New York at the UN General Assembly for this Summit of the Future, we're at a global inflection point. Faced with escalating instability undermining the very foundations of the international order,
this is me watching
the increasingly dire
a video on Global
climate
News,
change,
and the video is
with
like a screen recording of the United Nations website.
Vulnerable behind, plagued by the erosion of women's rights, LGBT+ rights, and Indigenous rights.
Well, that's the thing, Shaft, is like the writ spend max is only applicable during the writ. So as long as there's not a writ, the writ hasn't been dropped, Conservatives can spend however much money they want. That's what they've been doing for the past 2 years, while they've been basically been on like a campaign footing, doing like campaign ads and campaign tours basically across the country. So I don't know, it doesn't really, it wouldn't be running out the clock. The longer it gets pushed back, just the more and more money they can bring in, the more they can spend. Technically, the moment that writ gets dropped, the Conservatives would be at a comparative disadvantage as they are now, because once the writ is dropped, then there would be a max on how much they can spend. Right now, they can spend as much money as they want. That is true. And also for like that part is true. And also I think the NDP by now, I think as of the beginning of the year, had basically paid off their entire loan from 2021. Which I think it's the first time they've had that where they've been completely in the black between elections. So now they can start actually building a war chest. May not be a big one compared to the Liberals, and definitely not compared to the Conservatives, but a war chest nonetheless. Was it 800? Was that for the third quarter? Yeah, because the last time I checked, they had like end of December. They had about left. Yeah, but that's the thing is they can now do that because they don't have. Because they paid off the last time they took out the mortgage, I think. I was under the impression they had completely paid it off by now. I thought, because I looked at their when their full statement came out, but I'd have to double check that. It might take me a second to make sure.
Rights and grappling with dire humanitarian crises perpetuating record levels of displacement, we have a choice. On the one hand, we can bury our heads in the sand, eschewing multilateralism in favor of short-sighted self-interest, or we can recognize that collectively we have a responsibility to set our differences aside, to confront the serious global challenges, and to deliver on a pact for the future that builds a more peaceful world, but also one where everyone, every generation, has a real and fair shot. In Canada, that's what we are squarely focused on. As I travel across my country, Canadians of all walks of life, but particularly young Canadians, tell me that they're worried.
It's a very specific.
They're worried about the state of the world and the future.
JK14
but most
ABC
importantly,
thing to follow.
They're worried about the very promise of Canada. The promise that if you work hard, you can do better than the generations.
If we're going to make it till 11
p.m.
midnight, I'm going to need more soda.
So as a government, we are stepping up. The solution to anxiety and angst is not to deceive and deflect, but to take action. We know that confident, successful countries invest in their citizens, in their workers, in their middle class, in national $10 a day childcare that saves families money while ensuring women can choose the best path for themselves, in nutritious school meals so our kids can focus on learning and growing, in an ambitious housing plan that will deliver good, abundant, and affordable homes, in a national dental care program that in its first months has already delivered quality care to 750,000 Canadians, in a growth and industrial strategy that creates good-paying, community-building, middle-class jobs, all while fighting climate change. These are choices that deliver on the promise of Canada for every generation. These choices reflect a commitment to investing in our people and in our future, but also a commitment to tackle global problems that we all share. Les changements climatiques.
Climate change and inflation don't stop at borders. Inequality is a problem for the entire world, for people from all walks of life. If we really want to serve our own citizens, we must together tackle the great global challenges. We should work within institutions such as the United Nations and renew our commitment to the Sustainable Development Agenda for 2030. We need to protect and support the rule of law and democratic values. We should spearhead efforts to reform in the international financial institutions. We must put women's and girls' rights at the very heart of our efforts, much like we have done with our feminist international assistance policy. We must recognise also that rich countries such as Canada have a duty to fight climate change, which is what we're doing through our commitment of $5 billion towards global climate financing efforts. And we are the first big oil and gas producing country to establish an emission ceiling in this sector.
Delegates, nearly 80 years ago, in the aftermath of the most destructive war in our collective history, we formed these United Nations. And we did so with the aspiration to build something better for today's generations, yes, but also for many generations to come. All of us gathered
the UN
here
app's like
have an
NFL Red
opportunity
Zone
to hold true to that mission, to fulfill the
God, that's a funny. It's a dude who's so into the UN. He's got like basically NFL Red Zone for the UN, and he's just watching every single plenary or General Assembly and just all at once. He's got stats.
Promise of our pact for the future to deliver fairness.
Yo, come join my fantasy UN General Assembly.
Canadians in the former...
All right, and we've got, so this is, I believe this is in New York as well. So we had Minister Joly and I think, Bob Ray speaking with reporters, and I think they were talking about Lebanon.
Hello, everybody.
And I believe Haiti as well. I haven't watched this one yet.
To see all of you. So, first and foremost, we know that there are many tensions in the world, definitely in Asia. There are 3 wars also happening in Europe, in the Middle East, as well as in Africa. And
yeah,
we know that there's a link between what's
well, I guess
going
that
on
would be
in the world and
Fantasy
what's going
Security
on
Council.
at home. So
it would be a
I'm
Fantasy General
at
Assembly.
the UN to make sure that we're trying to find solutions to these global conflicts and to try to bring much more peace and stability, which in turn will benefit Canadians. Donc, je suis ici à l'ONU. Alors
Sorry,
que
Yanks, you're just going to have to deal with the French because this is CPAC and it was a live one, so there's no translation.
Que ce soit en Europe, au Moyen-Orient ou encore en Afrique. Et il y a un lien certain avec ce qui se passe dans le monde puis ce qui se passe chez nous. Et donc, mon boulot cette semaine, c'est d'utiliser tous les outils à ma disposition au niveau diplomatique pour trouver des solutions avec mes homologues pour faire en sorte de diminuer les tensions et de faire en sorte qu'on ait un monde beaucoup plus stable, beaucoup plus pacifique et beaucoup plus prospère, ce qui va nécessairement bénéficier les Québécois et les Canadiens.
This is 20 minutes long.
Je vais faire le point, Mme Joly, concernant les ressortissants canadiens qui se trouvent au Liban. Est-ce qu'il y a des démarches qui ont été entamées? On en est où avec ça là, actuellement?
Bien, ça fait maintenant des mois que je le dis, je le redis encore aujourd'hui. Si vous êtes un ressortissant canadien au Liban, c'est le temps de quitter. Si vous pensez aller au Liban, il ne faut pas y aller. Vous voyez ce qui se passe présentement, les tensions continuent de s'accentuer et on peut penser que les vols commerciaux pourraient devenir très rares ou même arrêtés. Et donc, dans les circonstances, s'il vous plaît, suivez l'avis du gouvernement, mon avis, qui est clair, c'est-à-dire qu'il ne faut pas mettre votre sécurité ou celle de vos proches en danger. Et donc, il faut rester à la maison ou revenir à la maison si vous êtes au Liban.
Avez-vous eu des contacts avec votre homologue libanais? Et
I don't know. I never got that. Like, I mean, I always hear a lot of these criticisms. Those ones don't strike me as super strong either. It just seems.
La position du Canada dans ce conflit-là, elle est encore et toujours.
Like she knows what she's talking about. At least, like I think that's what you need. Maybe like this one feels a little bit like it's very sort of off the cuff. These are not as prepared remarks as I think sometimes usually they are.
Israël et le Hezbollah au Liban, mais de façon plus générale, ce soir j'ai une rencontre avec les ministres des Affaires étrangères du G7. j'aurai l'occasion de parler, nous aurons l'occasion de travailler sur la question du Moyen-Orient ensemble. Je suis en contact avec mon homologue israélien. Je serai en contact plus
It's
tard
also
aujourd'hui
like
avec mon
there's a
homologue.
level of what she's like a good response and what she's been sent out to say. So you never know how much of it is like this. She's like she's going off the quote unquote company script.
Libanais avec lequel j'ai plusieurs conversations et
Which was the Cuba interview? Did I see? Is that an older one? Or was that recent?
C'est une réunion qui était prévue, mais bien entendu, nous aurons l'occasion de parler du Moyen-Orient, donc ce qui se passe en Israël, Gaza, Cisjordanie et également Liban, donc au Moyen-Orient. Et puis, bien entendu, l'Ukraine.
I don't see the recording for this, Cam.
Haïti.
Can I ask you, what has your government done in response to Mr. Kovrig's case?
Unless it's, I'm just not going back far enough.
And what is Mr. Kovrig's involvement?
So I've had
many
conversations with Michael Kovrig. Of course, he went through hell, and
we're at about 4:02.
Hello everybody, bonjour tout le monde, ça me fait plaisir de vous voir. It's a pleasure to see all of you. So, first and foremost, we know that we wanted to make sure
doesn't
that
look like
we could
it's
learn
making
from
a difference.
What he and
I'm clicking on
Michael
the English,
Spiver,
but it's not
went through. When
Whatever.
it comes to any form of arbitrary detention,
about the ship in Cuba.
Of course, we will always defend our citizens, as it was the case with the two Michaels.
Well, because that's the other one where it's like, is she allowed to say if she's supposed to know? That's the thing. Where she may know, but she's not allowed. I don't know.
Canada developed following.
But
the
that one, you're right. That one, that I remember
Michaels,
that one now. That one did not go well.
Which is called the Arbitrary Detention Initiative. We were able.
Yes. No, I'm not arguing with that
75
one.
countries signing onto it.
I'm just saying there might be other explanations than her not actually knowing. But not that those explanations are any better.
Follow the international norms that we won't accept, and we will never accept that our citizens be used as pawns in this geopolitical game. And so that is why I think we've been able to have a clear
sometimes
plan
they are.
how
It
to
does
deal
feel
with
like
arbitrary
they're
detention, and Canada has been
being
leading
too
the
clever by
conversation
half.
And on Haiti, murders appear to be up. Kidnappings are still increasing. Hunger is increasing. Half the population is near starvation now. This does not appear to be working. Can you comment on that? Do you agree with many experts that the situation...
Where if they tried to make things just a degree simpler,
well, clearly what is happening
even in just the way they communicate things, they'd probably be in a better shape.
Numbers, and we're seeing too many innocent children,
There's a Doctor Who line where they're about the Doctor, and they're like, one of his greatest faults is that he always wants things to be clever. I don't know if that's Doctor Who or from the Sherlock miniseries, one of the two. But there's some of that where it's like you want things to be clever, and but sometimes you just gotta like. Sometimes things like I don't know, like simple rhyming, two-syllable or single-syllable word phrases. I don't know, like let's just throw two words that rhyme. Axe the tax, something like that. Something real simple. Sometimes that works better. I don't know. Just pulling that out of my ass out of nowhere.
Woman, innocent man facing
basically that.
Facing real hunger issues. That being said, I think because of
sometimes you just got to verb the noun. That's all you got to do.
Working also with Jamaica and Barbados.
And this is just maybe my personal bias, but the alliteration plays. People like it. It's.
I was here a year ago, and we're still trying to put pressure on.
It's sonically pleasing.
And also Haitian political leaders putting strong sanctions into action. And a year later, we now have a very competent prime minister in charge of Haiti. Now, we also have a new multinational force that is in place, and we have Kenyan forces that have been...
My emotes are great.
Is that enough? No, it's not enough. Can we do more? Absolutely. And we will do more. But I think that there is, bit by bit, progress.
When you say do more, do you mean make a bigger multinational force?
I think so. I think we need to make sure that more countries are at the table to put more money. We just had the pledge of Argentina today that it will be providing more money. Italy also mentioned that, so that's good news. We know that other countries will be also providing with more boots on the ground, so that's also good news. We need to make sure that the mandate of this multinational force, which is approved by the UN Security Council, is also, again, supported at the next October meeting of the UN Security Council.
Is Canada willing to join that multinational force?
We've been supporting it.
No
we've
comment,
been funding
NA.
it. After the U.S., Canada is by far
I mean,
the country
like the
that,
West did
provides the most
install
money.
this
We're around
latest one, so one of them's got to stick sooner or later.
And that is why our job
Or wait,
right now
was it this
is
one we installed
to
or
make
was the
sure
last
that we
one?
work with countries that are participating and sending boots on the
Or
ground.
was the one that we installed the one that just ran
Kenya,
off?
but also
Error, I
I'm
can never
thinking
keep
about
it straight.
Jamaica and other Caribbean countries. And we need to make sure also
And
that
when I say we, I say the
continue
royal
to support
we
the political
West.
solution, because Haiti needs to get to elections and there needs to be a legitimate government buying for the people.
So we're just willing to write checks and
So there needs to be. So I guess that would
position
imply
has
that
always
there
been
isn't
to fund.
currently NA.
Last week we heard Bob Bray outline.
Sorry, this has to be the last question.
Yeah, and just a sec,
And
I
en
heard en
français, s'il vous plaît.
français aussi. OK, je vais juste le traduire en français and then question. Donc, sur Haïti, que vous vouliez?
Someone
Oh,
said
OK,
one last
parfait.
question. I was worried.
Quelle partie? On recommence. Du début.
Don't let her get away that
Parfait, c'est bon.
quickly.
Lorsque vient la question d'Haïti, la question qui m'a été posée par le journaliste de CBC, c'est de savoir si si la situation était difficile, où est-ce qu'on en était, bref. Je pense que lorsqu'on regarde Haïti, présentement, la situation, elle est catastrophique. Il y a trop d'enfants, de femmes et d'hommes qui sont
70% of the time, it works every
innocents et
time.
qui font face à la famine. Il y a des gros
Shea Way.
enjeux de salubrité, comment je pourrais dire, d'hygiène. Bref, la situation est extrêmement précaire. Mais ce qu'on sait par contre, c'est que lorsqu'on se compare à il y a un an, il y a eu des progrès. Il y a un an, il n'y avait pas de gouvernement transitoire. Le Canada, nous, on a travaillé avec la CARICOM pour faire en sorte enfin qu'il y ait un gouvernement transitoire. Et maintenant, on a un premier ministre haïtien très compétent qui est capable de peu à peu mener les réformes nécessaires au bien-être du peuple haïtien. Et entre-temps, on a été capable de financer la force multinationale haïtienne qui est menée par le Kenya, auquel aussi certains pays, dont la Jamaïque, se sont joints. Et peu à peu, on voit que les soldats sont déployés et ça fait en sorte d'améliorer la situation sécuritaire au pays, particulièrement à Port-au-Prince. Est-ce que c'est assez? Non. Est-ce qu'on doit en faire plus? Absolument. Mais on voit qu'il y a quand même une amélioration. Et c'est le Canada qui, après les États-Unis, donne le plus de financement à cette force multinationale, de loin, parce que nous donnons 100 millions de dollars. Et non seulement on travaille là-dessus, mais on travaille aussi pour faire en sorte que cette force multinationale, qui est entérinée par le Conseil de sécurité, puisse être à nouveau renouvelée lors de la réunion d'octobre de 2024, donc qui s'en vient, parce que c'est important qu'elle puisse continuer à avoir sa légitimité.
Last week we heard Bob Bray outline why Canada abstained on the resolution that mentioned the ICJ, but speaking more broadly about recognizing Palestinian statehood, what are the conditions that we would require in order to take the steps and recognize Palestine?
So, first and foremost, when it comes to the Middle East conflict, what we need right now is a ceasefire. And we voted at the UN back in December in favor of this ceasefire. We need the hostages to be back and to be released, and we need to make sure that we protect civilians, innocent women, innocent children that are being killed in Gaza. We also need to make sure that we protect lives, Palestinian lives, also in the West Bank. And I'm very concerned about what's going on in the West Bank. That's why last week we announced further sanctions against Hamas leaders, but also against extremist settlers. When it comes to the question of recognizing the Palestinian state, we decided to move forward last spring by changing Canada's position.
Probably.
Towards the fact
but
that
I think it might have just
we
been
need to make sure that we recognize the
OBS.
Palestinian state at the right time. What is happening right now is that Hamas is still in control of Gaza, is still in control of hostages, and has not laid down its weapons. And meanwhile, the Netanyahu government is also against a two-state solution and the creation of a Palestinian state. So we, as Canada, have decided that there's no possibility of a negotiated outcome. So we reserve the right to make sure that we can recognize the Palestinian state at the right time. And that is why we're working with our like-minded countries to make sure that we identify what are the conditions for this right time.
About the Patriot attack, can I just ask you about the Patriot attack?
We got it. Sorry, we got to go. We were late.
No!
Oh, bonjour.
Bonjour.
Je voulais vous parler des ambitions.
Just about to ask him about the pager attack. Now we got Bob Ray.
Non, il a parlé.
Yep,
le
gotta get out of there.
Premier ministre d'Haïti a parlé des élections au commencement de 26. C'est ça qui était l'accord de Kingston. Et c'est ça qui était effectivement de transition. C'est là où. Mais effectivement.
Honestly, out of respect for the French, I will now be skipping through the French answers.
On peut le faire, mais c'est dans une situation il a beaucoup d'appui.
Depuis seulement que M. Henry croit que...
Personnalité, mais petit ministre, il a alors confiance. J'ai travaillé, continué avec.
French is better than mine. That's what I will say. Light years better than mine.
The situation is critical, as you say. Do you think that right now it's getting worse or getting better?
Well, what we hear is that there are advances being made. First of all, the airport is open. More hospitals are open. The port is more open. And progress is being made in Port-au-Prince, which is the principal site of the gangs. I don't want to overstate anything. We all recognize, Mr. Cornel today recognized very clearly, there's still a lot to be done. I think if you looked at his speech and listened to his speech, he was very clear about the amount of work that still is to be done. If you go to Haiti, as I was there 2.5 weeks ago, the situation is still very shocking. There's a huge amount of poverty, a huge amount of displacement, people in the streets, people not having anywhere to live, and it's the damage to the housing and to the regular.
Yeah, no, I learned French in Southern Ontario.
The damage is
and
extensive.
we got the same. They taught.
I
did extended French.
On the amount
Took
of the
extra classes in French to get better at it.
We've seriously
it was like
reduced
grade
gang activity
9,
so we can get
grade
a
9
view
or
of what's
10
going
that
on
I
the
realized.
ground everywhere.
Wait, what do you
But
mean
it's
they don't
bad.
speak
It's
the
very
same
bad right
French?
now.
And when you look at the situation with
Furious.
hunger, which is getting worse in Haiti, do you feel like there's going to be a time to get all of these improvements in the security situation and the politics? I mean, do you feel like 1,000 Kenyan police is enough? Even
Yeah, well, mine started in like grade 5. I was doing extended French from like grade 5 to grade 12.
I like to look at what have we done. The situation, the security situation is better as I have described it, as the Prime Minister today described it. The food problem is in good measure a problem of distribution and getting the food that was coming in, the supplies that are coming in, being able to get it to all parts of the city and to all the people that need it. There's no question that the food situation is very serious. And I think we had a report at my request. The World Food Program spoke to the group today. It's very clear there's a serious challenge. Very clear.
Why would Quebec would never, like, it wants to be its own thing. I don't even know if it would want to join like France at this point. If they could like tow Quebec across the Atlantic over there.
The Haitian National Police in
really they want to be their own thing.
Reducing the ability
I don't know if they want to join up with anybody
as much as they're controlling. And I'm not in a position to say how many are needed. I think it's fair to say that I think the general consensus is that we need more. But the announcement today from the President of Kenya was very positive, announcing that there's another 600 coming. Plus, as you may have noticed, there were others who talked about what more they were prepared to do. I'm confident that as time goes on, provided the mission gets extended, which we very much want it to be by the 2nd of October, I'm very confident we'll be able to make even more progress. But we have to keep our eye very closely on what the government of Haiti is telling us and tells us about what more is needed, what the MSS itself tells us what more is needed. And I think as we follow that, we'll be able to respond more effectively to the problem of the gangs.
Ambassador, I've got to ask you about, the minister spoke about the goings-on between Lebanon and Israel, but only in French. We're looking for an English clip for our files. Is there a reaction from the Canadian government to the actions between Israel and Hezbollah?
Can you just say it again?
Absolutely. This escalation is deplorable. We need to get to a situation
Quebec
where
wants to be
the escalation
Quebec.
stops.
They want to be
there is a
Quebecois.
ceasefire there, as we want to have a ceasefire in Gaza, and we all need to understand the real risks to the hundreds of thousands, indeed millions of people living in Lebanon who can be devastated if this gets even more out of hand.
Last time I checked,
and I think there's certainly general agreement. I spoke to our Prime Minister today about it in the course of getting our daily briefing on what was going on. And Secretary General has already spoken about it very clearly. It's a truly deplorable situation, particularly when you look at the number of children who've been killed, the number of innocent civilians who've been killed. It's very, 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 very problematic. And the fact of the matter is that we need to get to a situation where Hezbollah pulls back behind the original ceasefire line and stops firing rockets into Israel. And we need to get to a situation where Iran stops playing footsie with Hamas and with Hezbollah, pushing them to do things that need to stop. And the Israeli government, we believe, has a right to defend itself, but we also have to look at, as we look at it in Gaza, has to understand that we have to think more consequentially about what's happening and less impulsively, because I really do think that if we have a humanitarian disaster going on in Gaza, and we don't want another one in Lebanon.
What's yours? Haiti for a second. Kenya has said that they are wanting to potentially expand this to a full UN peacekeeping mission. Does Canada support that?
Yes, we do support a full peacekeeping mission.
Is that for Haiti?
But
they keep bouncing back and forward, and I'm
it's
like,
not up to Canada.
Is that
it's
for,
up to China and Russia, who are
keep
permanent members of the Security Council, decide if that's something they can agree to.
Which conflict they're talking
right now,
about.
The evidence is, after going through 3 drafts of a motion in the Security Council, Russia and China are not interested in that. In our opinion, they should be.
If only someone had thought
I think
of that
in the
before.
opinion of the region, they should be, because it's in the interest of the security of the entire region
he was really
deal
walking
with
a
this
fucking
gang
tightrope
problem.
with
We can't
that
let
question.
this
You could
gang
hear him
issue
say
fester.
it and think to himself,
Because if it keeps festering
let's
in
see
Haiti,
what they
it's
think
gonna
about
spread.
it. No, I
This
just
isn't
didn't catch
what I'm saying. If you
which
listen to
country
the
reporter
comments from the
said.
Caribbean leaders today, they were very clear
But he
about
said
the risks
Kenya
and,
and
the
UN
dangers.
peacekeeping, so I assumed it was Haiti.
First of all, let me just say to you, I've done this before.
Well, I think the
You
US
don't
is
have to
already
shout.
sending.
There's no need to shout. One at a time. And I'd like to take somebody
No, that's why
hasn't had an opportunity
I knew Kenya was
to ask a
like.
question.
That's why I would have been. That's why I would have been concerned things were starting to spiral if Kenya's talking about a peacekeeping mission into Israel-Palestine. I'm like, what is happening? What did I miss today? I know I wasn't. Like, I don't pay attention a whole lot on deadline day, just because I'm writing. So some things may slip through the cracks. But I was like, if we had gotten to that point by in less than 24 hours, I would have been.
Speaking about
just
the incident you talked about Hezbollah and it going behind the original line, so what about the pager incident? Are you concerned that Israel is going outside the laws governing war and humanitarian law with this specific attack? And do you agree with those who call it terrorism?
Well, I'm not going to get into name calling.
Name calling? Whether or not something is terrorism or beyond the rules of international law is name calling? Let's just DJ play that one fucking back for me, please.
Hasn't had an opportunity.
Speaking about
just a second, you don't
the incident you talked about Hezbollah and it going behind the original line. So what about the pager incident? Are you concerned that Israel is going outside the laws governing war and humanitarian law with this specific attack? And do you agree with those who call it terrorism?
Well, I'm not going to get into name calling. Any conduct by any government is subject to the rule of law. and it'll be up to the ICJ, the ICC, the accountability mechanisms that we have to decide what to do about it and decide how to deal with any complaints that may be coming from Lebanon or anywhere else. I do not like to get into
the most insane non-answer. Like, you want to know who's been participating in quote-unquote name-calling? Far-left, radical, loony Leon goddamn Panetta.
Pagers and walkie-talkies on the scale that we saw this past week, killing dozens and injuring thousands, including children, some viewed as a deception one step too far. The United Nations labeled the operation a violation of international law, and it's raised some eyebrows here at home, too.
The ability to be able to place an explosive in technology that is very prevalent these days and turn it into a war of terror, really, a war of terror. This is something new.
Is it terrorism?
I don't think there's any question that it's a form of terrorism.
Former Defense Secretary and
Leon
former
Panetta.
Director of the CIA, Leon Panetta,
former director of the CIA,
describing what he fears may be the result of letting this particular genie out of the bottle.
This has gone right into the supply chain, right into the supply chain. And when you have terror going into the supply chain,
Geneva suggestions. Yeah, it's a historic standard for Canada.
It sounds like you're genuinely worried.
I am. This is a tactic that has repercussions.
Well, I mean, for there are still a lot of most medical professionals still use pagers, and also the a lot of places in not the first world, a lot of them don't have or not all of them are going to have a cell phone or can be able to afford one. So probably going to be a little bit more prevalent. Still probably not, but I think he's probably also thinking about how this could be done with cell phones as well. Like, if they could do this with a pager, you can do it with a cell phone. It's a civilian communication device. Those are prevalent because because then they could the next day they blew up a bunch of walkie-talkies. So combining pagers and walkie-talkies a little bit more prevalent.
He's worried Israel's tactical decision has made the prospect of a wider war in the region closer than it's ever been.
The forces of war are largely in control right now of what's going on.
Do you think there should be condemnation for it? Should other nations step in, including us?
I think it's going to be very important for the nations of the world to have a serious discussion about whether or not this isn't an area that everybody has to focus on, because if they don't try to deal with it now, mark my word, it is the battlefield of the future.
Bob Ray would describe that as name calling.
The business of name calling, but I do believe, as I said before, I'll say it again, we have to be wary of any escalation, and we have to be very wary of any escalation that affects children and affects civilians. And we have an obligation to protect children, and we have an obligation to protect civilians.
Vous entendre sur la force multinationale de l'ONU. On disait, le Kenya serait prêt à participer à une force comme ça en Haïti. Le Canada va se situer où par rapport à une force comme de maintien de la paix qui pourrait être déployée? Nous
sommes là avec la volonté totale de faire un travail de coordination. Vous l'avez vu aujourd'hui, la rencontre qu'on a eue aujourd'hui n'aurait pas eu lieu sans le Canada. Le Canada a fait un travail extraordinaire sous le leadership de M. Trudeau, avec les rencontres que nous avons eues, avec des événements importants pour avancer les choses, pour avancer la situation, et un travail de financement, un travail de coordination, et un travail surtout d'encourager une solution qui est menée par les Haïtiens, qui est menée par la population et le gouvernement haïtien. C'est ça l'approche canadienne que nous allons continuer. You want one more?
Actually, very similar question. I just want to ask you about that.
I want to see if I say something different.
Well, I will. Let me ask it differently. The mechanism, the method of attack of the pager and radio attacks. Are you concerned that that sets a precedent, that we might see it occurring elsewhere? Do you think it conforms to the laws of armed conflict?
I think look, anybody looking at this would say it's deeply troubling because of the impact on people who may very well be totally innocent. And so everyone has to be wary that there's a difference between what you can do and what you should do. But this is ultimately a judgment that's going to be made by courts and by any accountability mechanisms that we set up.
See, they never have these they never have these trepidations when it's like I've never seen these kind of trepidations in any other conflict. This is it, like it's.
But as I said before, I think any thoughtful person, any caring person, would be very troubling. When you hear about kids being blinded, when you hear about things like that happening, it's something that troubles everybody. And I think that, as I said, there's a difference between doing what you can.
So you're saying,
and we all know that in our own lives. Same thing applies to people who are fighting a war.
So that means in this case it was or wasn't or was or what? It's insane. I just keep going back to what was the line. Let's see how that plays with them. Yeah, see how that flies. Oh, come on. TV, why do you gotta let me down? Why you gotta do this to me? Come on. Yeah. Well, yes.
To the goal of a comprehensive, a just, and a lasting peace in the Middle East, including the creation of a Palestinian state living side by side in peace and security with the state of Israel. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Canada.
Red light still
on.
on.
I'll give the floor to distinguished representative of Iceland.
See how that flies.
I don't know. I just think certain things are emblematic of larger trends. About 45 minutes. Pretty sure I got the thing lined up. So this one went live like 4 hours ago. So I don't even know if this will have gotten worse by now.
Fears of an all-out regional conflict in the Middle East are growing tonight as Lebanese officials say nearly 500 people have been killed, including 35 children and 1,600 others injured in Israeli strikes on the south of the country. The Israel Defense Forces say they've hit around 1,300 positions held by the Iranian-backed group Hezbollah.
The background screen.
It says it's fired dozens of rockets at Israel.
Starts at 11:15,
Nathaniel. Strikes have
Nathaniel.
intensified after a series of exploding device attacks on Hezbollah members were blamed on Israel. We'll hear from our international editor Jeremy Bowen, who's in Jerusalem, our diplomatic correspondent Paul Adams in northern Israel, where people are living with the threat of rocket attacks.
If you don't have CBS, you have to wait till midnight to watch
international
it.
Correspondent Orla Guerin, who's in Beirut for us now. Orla.
Tonight on the roads into Beirut, there is chaos.
Wait, Michael Kovring's on the National?
Flee to the capital, that the traffic is paralysed. Some airlines have cancelled flights to and from Beirut. Schools here won't open tomorrow because they've been turned into centres for the displaced.
I met him at
and the death toll already around 500 people in a single day. Now that's almost half the overall figure the last time the two sides went to war in 2006. At that time, 1,200 Lebanese were killed, mostly civilians, in a war that lasted more than a month. Israel and Hezbollah are old enemies.
What?
Tonight they're in a new war.
Those are insane
and the people
numbers.
of Lebanon are caught in the middle. Southern Lebanon awoke to this. It looks like all-out war. The Israeli army says it hit 1,300 Hezbollah sites today. There were Gaza-style warnings telling residents to go, including from the Israeli leader.
Now, starting this morning, the IDF has warned you to get out of harm's way. I urge you, take this warning seriously. Don't let Hezbollah endanger your lives and the lives of your loved ones. Don't let Hezbollah endanger Lebanon. Please, get out of harm's way now.
But where to find safety in the middle of all this? For one man, too late. My siblings and their children were all killed here, he says. The Israeli army insists its airstrikes are destroying weapons, some hidden in homes, and it accuses Hezbollah of using civilians as human shields. On the roads from the south, a mass exodus. So many heading to Beirut that the motorway became a one-way system.
Yeah, it sounds very familiar.
Ahmed says everyone fled his village because of airstrikes and destruction. There's no one left, he says. We took our belongings and went. So many new homeless now in this expanding war. In Beirut too, fear on the streets and a rush to get home. Are you feeling afraid? Sure, Mohammed tells me. I'm afraid for myself, my wife, and my 5 children. I don't know what to do. How long will we be living through this? We can't keep going. Parents were summoned to schools to pick up their children early. There were threats by phone, he says, that they'll hit Beirut. Some in the capital have been getting recorded messages telling them to go, including staff at Lebanon's information ministry. For months there have been fears of a wider war. Now the waiting is over. It's here. Israel's escalation is a huge risk, and not just for Lebanon, but for the entire Middle East. Orla Guerin, BBC News, Beirut.
Well, in northern Israel, people are living with the daily threat of rocket attacks by Hezbollah. Our correspondent Paul Adams is in northern Israel, where evacuees from closer to the border have been housed for almost a year. Paul.
Rita, amid this escalating conflict, no one on this side of the border was killed today. But life here is far from normal. We're about 20 miles from the Lebanese border, well outside an evacuation zone declared almost a year ago. But it's an area under threat. The jagged remains of a Hezbollah rocket. Nothing that happened in Israel today remotely compares with events across the border. But Hezbollah is hitting back. David had seconds to get his family into the safe room before the rocket came through his roof. The local rabbi comes to offer support. Israel, David says, did not want this war.
We don't have a war with them. They start with no reason. So now we are giving back. And it will be okay.
Do you feel lucky today?
Yes, very lucky.
Israel's defense minister has called on the public to show composure and discipline and listen to the instructions issued by the local authorities. It's only because the family who live here did precisely that.
That is actually a smart idea. Once this is done, we'll do that.
Across northern Israel, sirens wailed and rockets fell. Plenty of near misses. The government says it's determined to restore normal life here, to allow displaced civilians to return to their homes. But that's not going to happen while Hezbollah is still firing rockets deep into Israel.
Hezbollah on the 8th of October started firing on Israeli civilians
in the northern border, and he's been doing this for over 11 months with 9,000 rockets, and 60,000 Israelis have left their homes. We have to act.
People were evacuated to this kibbutz a year ago, leaving vulnerable homes along the border. It's supposed to be safer, but today they were taking cover. So that's the second alarm we've had since we got here, just about an hour ago. Again, we can hear interceptions overhead. And as I look at the app here, I can see that there are alerts all over the place. This area remains in the firing line. If Hezbollah chooses to escalate, it could soon be the whole country. Paul Adams, BBC News, Northern Israel.
Well, let's speak now to Jeremy Bowen, our international editor who's in Jerusalem. And Jeremy, this feels like such a dangerous situation. What does each side think they can get out of this escalation?
Well, it's a really dangerous moment from Hezbollah's point of view. What they want to do is to keep on fighting. Fighting Israel is in their DNA. It is why they exist. And while they're fighting,
Yo, Nathaniel, thank you for the
1980s.
Gotta be
this, as
getting
you've
close
been
to
hearing,
1,000
goes back
now.
to the day after Hamas attacked Israel. Now, the Israelis
Still
have
only at
been
889?
pushing harder in recent months, escalating steadily. But in the last week, as we've been
Thought it was
seeing,
over
it's been
900
going
by
much, much harder and faster. And while they have inflicted some
Whatever, we'll get
grievous
there.
blows on their enemies
111 to go.
in Lebanon, the Hezbollah infrastructure is much bigger than that.
Also, if you're watching on
if you look at Gaza,
YouTube,
after
like and subscribe.
nearly 1 year, Israel
I'd
still
appreciate
hasn't
it.
managed, for example, to destroy all the Hamas tunnels that have been built through sand. In Lebanon, they're built through rock, and the south is a much bigger area than Gaza. Israel effectively is gambling. What it's hoping is that by doing what it's doing, it will coerce Hezbollah into stop firing into Israel. I think that is probably unlikely. It means Israel will have to continue escalating. They've already said this is going into a new phase. I don't even know and the ultimate escalation would be moving troops and tanks into Lebanon. That might
Novatron,
be
so what did you
difficult,
just do?
particularly since their
Oh, you
forces,
followed.
after
Hell
a
yeah.
year of fighting in Gaza and a lot of violence on the West Bank as well, are tired.
Novatron
and at
XL
the
thing
moment
is
as
followed.
well, they need to mobilize more reserves to get to that point. But let's be very clear about this. This is a very dangerous moment, and right now it's all going in one direction.
Make everyone
now,
a mod.
you've probably-
Jesus. All right. It's apparently a live view. Sounds like it's... Is that Dawn? Those are roosters. It wasn't Jay Schlatt the one who, like, just banned everyone with a certain, like, thing in their name and just, like, decimate, like, in the like, literal sense, where, like, 1 in every 10 followers was just banned. I forget what it was, like, in connection to. Oh, is this the... Oh, never mind. Wait.
Everything all right? Walter died. Who are you?
Yeah, that was the
I'm
border
Toby
view.
Ziegler. Walter was wearing my coat and it had my business card.
You want your coat back?
No.
A northeasterly wind off the Chesapeake.
Never mind. I
George?
thought that was the one from the Oscars. They did it like. All right, we'll put on the national.
Being a spy. Now he's speaking out about his ordeal for the first time.
The first month, I lost about 10 kilos because I wasn't being cooperative, and so they cut my food rations.
The psychological torture he endured and the precious moments, the birth of his daughter, stolen from him.
What was that little human like to you when you saw her?
the most fantastically heartwarming feeling you can imagine.
My interview with Michael Kovrig, the national.
Oh yeah, no, I finished West Wing.
Our world. Next.
I feel like there's a bit of a delay on the stream. All right. Gonna top off my soda. We've got about 35. No, I think it's like 11:15 it starts. We don't know. That's what China said. That's why they grabbed him. I'm gonna go get a drink, and then we'll make some Trudeau Colbert bingo.
Now to a version of a classic sports yarn. Younger athlete meets idol, but this one's got more than one twist. The sport is Canadian men's football. The athletes are groundbreaking women. We'll let Karen Pauls pick up the story of their connection.
Go, get down there! Emily Beauregard's wish for her 18th birthday was to meet Maya Turner, the starting kicker and only woman on the University of Manitoba Bison's men's football team.
Oh my God, you are amazing.
On Saturday, her wish came true.
And I want to do the same as you do. It is really like a men's world, but I think we can take our place in that.
Turner has already done that. Last year, she was the first woman to play and score in a regular season university football game. The Manitoba Bisons have won this homecoming football game on the strength of Maya Turner. She instantly became a role model for other young women like Beauregard, a rookie kicker on a Quebec pre-university men's football team, the first woman in the league.
I think like a lot of girls saw her and was like, holy shit, she
I'm
can
back.
do it, I can
Yes,
do it
everyone
too.
hydrate, take your
I
meds.
love to see other girls kicking footballs and
Center your
playing on
ground
men's
ground
teams.
your feet or whatever. Center your chi. Right, where's paint? Oh, hell yeah. Work. All right. Put on some tea while we. Keep forgetting. But. Okay, so we'll do two separate. One for. Okay, I like that. All right. Is there a better way to do this? How do I make like... There we go. That's not working. What's the best way to do this? How do I make like a grid? Oh wait. Oh my god. Discount Seth Rogen. Okay. Do I want to do a 4x4 grid? Oh yeah, this is why we love Rogan. We'll go with that. All right. So what's one suggestion? So we've got. How many do we want to do? 3x3? I think 3x3 is good. What's our first one? So this is for like events, actions, right? Or topics. Okay, wait. Oh, okay, so this is for phrases. So investing in citizens. I think we'll say any invocation of women. That's too small. We'll just say that and... You know what? We're just going to say... Well, I was going to use the socks one for like... And then the other one is like things that happen. He compares Polyev to Trump. Maple. MAGA, I think, is a good one. Oh no, we're gonna keep the socks one, but we'll do, if we're gonna do two. Well, actually, we'll do a big one, and we can do all of them. So, fancy socks mentioned. Yes. Yes. American stereotype of Canadian. What else we got? Come on, people. Is this hair still nice enough to you know what, we'll put it in there. Oh, canoeing. Also, let's start thinking of stuff that Colbert might do. And like RuPaul's, so skit. Yeah, we'll go Melania. Trudeau being single. Bachelor Trudeau. NATO, Ukraine, Israel, Palestine. I mean, this is talk show with Colbert, but UN's happening, so maybe you never know. This fourth row down is going to be a difficult one to get. I'm sure I don't think it's like this is a strictly journalistic interview, so there's probably some input on what's going to be asked. It's not Colbert that does the lip sync, right? That's Fallon, right? I would have guessed maybe something with like a hockey mentioned. There we go. All right, one more line. All right. Really, that would feel like such a Bieber or Drake. No, I would say not Bieber or Drake. Drake versus Kendrick. That would be my guess, is some sort of America versus Canada is like Drake versus Kendrick analogy. I'm not saying it's gonna be good. I can imagine that being somewhere they go. Yeah, something to do with that. What else we got? Oh, Tenet Media, DOJ. You know, I put Polyev Trump, but we made that in case there's a comparison. But those can be two separate spots. I think we have Pharmacare on there. Come on, one more. We'll do Biden, Kamala. I think that's a good. I think that's a reasonable bingo generator. Oh God, yes. Which one can we take off? You know what? I'm taking off. I'm putting in Kamala Montreal. It's a good one. Nope. There we go. Yeah, we'll see if... Well, I'm going to see if I can fix it. Oh, you guys haven't been able to see that the whole time. Ah, I'm sorry. All right, 1 second. We'll have it ready in a second. All right. Can you guys even read that? Let's see what we can do. Still got time yet, so doing okay. Try to figure out which the best. Yeah. Maybe that will be the joke they make about, like, the Kendrick Lamar diss was revenge for 1812 or something. Maybe that'll be the joke. Let's see if that's too, like, stretched out. Well, that seems okay. When does it start exactly? Double check. 11:30. God damn it. We got another 40 minutes to kill, turns out. Still better than waiting till midnight, though. What is Moss Crop doing? Have a good night, Rogan. sure you'll be able to watch the clips. Should we just watch question period from today? Anyone watch question period? Because I missed it. Night Council. Oh, what the? This is the most. This is like. A municipal council without any actual legislative power as an answer to how we can make Ottawa less boring is the most goddamn Ottawa fucking answer. Sometimes I just go back to this. Is it? J-Reg.
Ottawa, 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 Ottawa. Everybody's so polite. Ottawa, 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 Ottawa. Everybody's just so nice. Low level depression, 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 low level depression. Ottawa, 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 everyone here talks about real estate and stocks and the 2 to 3 kids that their wives will drop out. And the longer I stay here, I think that maybe a government job won't stink if I can just stick around all day and get paid in Ottawa. Ottawa, 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 Ottawa. Nous sommes bilingues ici, Ottawa, 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 Ottawa.
Sometimes this song is playing on loop in my head.
Found a thought inside my brain a couple years ago would have been insane. The desire to settle down and take it easy. Stay inside and freeze here for 8 months. A year? Cause the people are polite. And in LA there's cunts. But I've had my fill of agreeableness. And I wouldn't mind meeting some pricks. If only because meeting some pricks would make me miss Ottawa, 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 Canada's capital. I work for the BHRC wing of government. We mainly write reports for the PQQQQQ. Wow, that's awesome. No more burning bridges now.
That one's so goddamn real.
Down on a house close to downtown so that my family's around. No more instability. A peaceful life's the one for me. I'd mow my lawn and I would be calm. I fear that the people here near to me are slipping away. Cause they'd rather be safe than in danger's way. And safety is this place with a picket fence and low crime rate. It offers you nothing with a straight face. Ottawa, Ottawa.
Such a great line.
Ottawa, Ottawa.
Offers you nothing with a straight face.
Ottawa, 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 Ottawa. No affective disorder. I could love this place in a different life. One where I had kids and a loving wife. I could have a backyard where I grill with my neighbors. Life wouldn't be so hard with our stable labors. The truth is, I love this town, it's all I know, and it's where I've grown. But I know I have to leave this place. Guess I'm just forcing a case. Ottawa, Justin Trudeau. Ottawa, Ottawa, the Parliament buildings. Ottawa, Ottawa, the canal. Ottawa, Ottawa, Ottawa.
But did we turn off CBC? Why did we do that? I hate how quickly
okay?
my recommendations.
I'm doing quite well, thank you. But
Ruined.
it takes a lot of work. And I appreciate you taking the time. I think we have a lot
Speaking
more
moistly.
to talk about in future about what needs to be done.
Did we just miss the whole interview? God damn it.
So we reached out to Michael Spavor and his lawyer to put to them what Michael Kovrig has said. We're still waiting for...
Things have been moving very, very quickly indeed. And what happens now?
Oh yeah, there's
to
like
Michael Spavor and Michael Kovrig.
We're following major
tensions
breaking
between
news
the two
tonight.
Michaels.
Michael Spavor and Michael Kovrig have been released from China.
In Toronto, a moment Canadians may hold dear. A hug. A 30-second
No, I don't
long
think so.
hug with tireless advocate Veena Najibullah. Away from the cameras, a most treasured experience, meeting his little girl for the first time. She was 2.5 years old.
What was
This
that
time, I'm not
little
gonna miss it.
human like
Good
to
time.
you when you saw her?
It's the most fantastically heartwarming feeling you can imagine. And she's bright, super extroverted, super friendly, much more socially adept than I am, frankly.
Where did she get that from?
Good question. Not from me. I was in solitary confinement when she was born. I couldn't be there. But fortunately, her mother had done a great job of preparing her for who Daddy was. And so she knew me immediately, playing, she would play recordings of my voice. So she immediately knew I was Daddy. I remember one scene where I was pushing her on a swing. This was the Sunday where we were walking around in the sunshine. And everything looked extraordinarily beautiful to me. I was looking at trees, I was looking at flowers. And I'll never forget that sense of wonder, of everything being new and wonderful again, and pushing my daughter on a swing and her saying to her mother, "Mommy, I'm so happy."
Both Michaels have been home for 3 years now. They've been seen briefly, but largely disappeared from public conversation until this past year, with reports that Michael Spavor alleged Michael Kovrig was perhaps to blame for his detention. There was a threat to sue. It was never carried out. But this reignited questions about what Kovrig was doing in China.
What started happening is that a lot of people started saying, well, I guess he was a spy. I guess Michael Kovrig was a spy. That kind of got embedded for people again.
Yeah, that really hurt. It hurt for a range of reasons. First of all, it's not true. I've never been a spy of any kind. I was a foreign service officer, a diplomat. Before that, I was a journalist years earlier. I was a researcher. The kind of work I do requires complete transparency and it requires trust. Frankly, I was disappointed at how quickly so many people were ready to believe a narrative that was based on zero evidence. The original story is the true story. It's not that complicated.
Are you and Michael Spavor okay? Could you pick up the phone and call him now and be okay?
I would not have a problem talking to him. It's up to him whether he wants to talk to
Okay.
me. I asked
Okay,
him
that-
at the time to make a public statement. That
I would not
it wasn't
expect
so
that to be
much,
completely
because
peachy
it got turned into
conversation.
some story where it was him against me, and that was, I could see that was not his intention. He declined to comment publicly because I think he was focused on his legal proceedings. I just think it was deeply unfortunate that his efforts to try to put his life back together again ended up being conducted in that kind of an antagonistic way, when the government had agreed from the beginning they wanted to support us and help us get back to normal life.
So as of now, Michael Spavor has settled with Ottawa. Michael Kovrig referred us to the government in this matter, and no one responded. He may be free, but there's no ending yet, and dealing with what felt like the
Interesting.
randomness of what happened still lurks for him.
They wanted hostages, and they wanted to grab somebody, and if I hadn't been there, it would have been someone else. So one small comfort I take away from that actually is that probably I spared somebody else from that ordeal by going through it myself.
My last question is, are you okay?
I'm doing quite well, thank you. But
that was a short interview.
And
was that a couple of minutes?
You taking the time. I think we have a lot more to talk about in future about what needs to be done.
Yeah, that's
Thank you, Michael.
Thanks, Adrian.
Okay.
So we reached
Lincoln,
out
you'll
to Michael
miss it.
Favor and his lawyer to put to them what Michael Kovrig has said. We're still waiting for a statement. As for Michael Kovrig, tomorrow is the
I would
third
expect that to be
anniversary
like
of his
a
release, and he intends to spend
10-minute
it with his family
feature interview.
as he has every year since, to be with those he missed for so long. From all of us at The National, thank you for being with us. You can watch anywhere, anytime
I assume
on
that
the free
probably
CBC
all,
News app and subscribe to The National's YouTube
considering
channel.
the legal implications, and if he's, I assume if he referred the question about whether or not he settled to the government, I mean, you shouldn't assume, but if there was a settlement, I think that he would be able to say. So maybe they're working towards one, but like, maybe because of that, there's not really much else. Yeah, there's probably not much else they could ask him about that he would even be willing to or be able to answer.
Kovrig is emerging from a
really hurt.
Oh, wait.
I guess he was. What started happening is that a lot of people started saying, well, I guess he was.
Oh, never mind. I thought there was more.
I guess Michael Kovrig was a spy.
Yeah, that really hurt. It hurt for a range.
This is just the National repeating. Never mind. I got excited.
First of all, it's not true.
Michael Kovrig is finally ready to tell his own story for the
thought there was
first
more to
time,
the interview.
and he's telling it to us. Tonight, the Canadian on how he survived years in custody.
We'll have to
after
find
being
something else for the
grabbed
next
off the
30
street
minutes
in
to watch.
Beijing.
We came up a spiral staircase, and boom, there's a dozen men in black, cameras on them, surrounding us, shouting in Chinese. That's him.
Jailed, accused of espionage, interrogated relentlessly. How did Michael Kovrig make it through this?
What more should Canada?
Well, it's like that's the like definitionally the nature of the beast. Is like if China had proof that he was a spy, like it was clearly hostage diplomacy. Bad faith critic could say that was also what Canada was engaging in. We arrested Meng Wanzhou, hence why we were willing to release her in exchange. And then China did the Chicago way. We took one of theirs, they took two ours. But like, it's the thing about accusing someone of being a spy. Whether or not they are a spy, it's like, one, it's difficult to prove a negative, definitionally. And even if it is true, you're never going to know. Well, the Trump administration put us. Because am I getting the timeline wrong? Because didn't it get wrapped up after Biden got elected and came into office? Yeah, yeah. But like with the thing about the foreign registry is the foreign registry is, by definition, the people we're most concerned about are not going to sign up for the foreign registry. Not to say that we should do a foreign registry, because it's like, then it's a little bit easier to prove a negative, or to prove the positive, because it's like, well, you're doing all this, and if it was above board, you would have registered on the registry. So you can start like easier to weed out the people, because you know that the people who are probably doing things above board are going to sign on to the registry. You don't have to expend as many resources monitoring them as closely, and you can maybe monitor the people you're kind of suspicious of who didn't sign up for the registry.
On Hezbollah, Lebanon says hundreds of people were killed. What more could be coming? And the moment a teenage football player meets the woman who inspired her.
Oh my God, you were amazing. It is really like a men's world, but I think we can take our place in that.
Two kickers breaking barriers.
From CBC News.
Mala Marks, thanks for the follow.
With
Chief
Correspondent.
Wash our hands.
Oh, is this it?
Often to our elbows. These are the things we know. We know. If people want to wear a mask,
Maybe he'll sing this on Colbert.
is okay. These are the things we know. That prevents you from speaking moistly.
What is people's obsession with like news auto tunes? I guess we just like making everything into songs. Just like we've been doing that since we were wearing loincloths around the fire. I mean, not auto tune, obviously.
A medical expert. These are the things we know.
It's so funny, like one of our photographers and all the other reporters that were on the Hill during the pandemic, just talking about the having to just freeze their junk off, as it were, hanging out in front of the house, just waiting for these things to begin, because they were just in like a tent, not even a tent. It was like one of those like those just the not verandas. Yeah, but all like the reporters and the camera crew and stuff waiting for him. Sometimes like you'd probably be like there an hour at least before. And they're just they like have like coverage up top and maybe on like two sides, but nothing to keep them warm.
Stop the auto theft that is run rampant.
What else we got? Anything else? And then only got about 23 minutes to kill, and then however long we have to suffer through the opening of the Colbert monologue. Fine, we'll just panel surf.
It was a simple message of non-confidence from the Conservatives, saying the House has
we've done a CBC panel,
done
CTV, now we've done global.
But it didn't get very far. It needed the support of both the Bloc and the NDP in order to bring the government down, and it got.
These are things you guys should be aware of. And I know it's
help me God
dry unless you have the specifically broken brain that I have.
Are also good for Canadians.
New Democrats came to Ottawa
so I will be your
to get
crutch.
stuff done, to work for people, to fight for people, not to play
to trick you into
Pierre
eating your
Poilievre's conservative
vegetables.
games. So we will not be supporting Pierre Poilievre's motion.
Joining me now is our Inside Politics panel. We have the Globe and Mail's Robert Fife and Stephanie Levitz, both now at the Globe and Mail. Congrats, Steph. Great to see you both.
It's nice to be here.
It has been a wild political summer, and even busier fall. The great excitement by some and less than excitement by others around the possibility of a non-confidence motion, which will still happen next week in the House, but it's basically over before it started. Steph, your take on that?
I mean, over before it started for now. Pierre Poilievre had made it clear going through the summer that this was going to be the thing he was going to do right away. Right? He kept calling for a carbon tax election as soon as the NDP signaled that, their deal with the Liberals that had been propping up this minority government was officially over. Not that it ever wasn't over or wasn't, who knows. Pierre Poilievre said he was going to do this thing. And when Pierre Poilievre generally says he's going to do something, Pierre Poilievre goes ahead and does it. So it's not a surprise. I also don't think it's a surprise necessarily that the Bloc moved quick to say they wouldn't support it, because they've seen now, the Bloc Québécois, what the NDP managed to achieve by agreeing to prop up the Liberal minority government. So why shouldn't the Bloc Québécois, who really is just focused on Quebec, try and make the same play going forward?
Do you think, Mr. Poilievre had to know that?
I mean, they could do that, but
yeah, but
I don't see that.
I'm not sure that there's still a potential that we could have an election before Christmas. This is a prime minister who is bleeding out. He's almost the walking dead. And the opposition parties have to make a decision. If he, for some reason, decides to leave,
too bad
and
there's no
a
Maple
leadership
Leaf stamp
convention, that could change the whole thing, the whole dynamic. So why not take him out now when he can't even win safe ridings in Montreal and Toronto. So I still think that's a possibility. Probably, though, it'll more likely be on the budget in the spring, but there is that possibility that could happen now. And also the Liberals have to be careful playing footsie with the Bloc Québécois. If you think they're in trouble now, they'll be in a lot worse trouble in English Canada if people start to see them playing footsie with the Bloc Québécois.
And not to mention in Quebec, where they just lost a supposedly safe seat that had been occupied, of course, by David Lametti, the former Justice Minister, to the Bloc. If the Bloc is seen as empowered, if I'm a Quebecer thinking about where to vote, well, the Bloc's proven their worth. And, you know, we have another loss this week. Take a look, Pablo Rodriguez. We've got a little graphic here for our viewers. Pablo Rodriguez, if you're not familiar with him, cabinet minister who is stepping out to run for the provincial Liberal leadership. You can see that he easily won his riding in the last several elections. Long-time Liberal riding, only went
I don't think it's worth
he was not
reading
exactly
too much
emphatic
into it.
in his support for the Prime Minister when he left, and in fact, he's sitting as an independent.
Two bets with Gurney.
Where
One
do
is they
you see
abstain,
that,
the
Steph?
other
Is
is
it
that
just
it's a
he's
5-point
interested in
race
that Liberal leadership, or is it the continuing
by
sign
writ drop.
that Justin Trudeau is struggling to keep some of his top people?
Both things can be true at the exact same
I don't think the
time,
Bloc
right?
and
If
NDP
you're
are
a
going to
senior
abstain.
politician
They've already
coming
said
towards,
because
let's
they
say,
like
the
it's
final
they
arc of your
they
career,
want
like
to.
Mr.
There's some
Rodriguez
things
may
they
in
think
fact
they
be,
could still get
you
out
have
of
to
this.
look at the tea leaves
The
and say,
NDP
well,
wants.
I could take a kick at the can at being the leader of
Like
some
I already said, but the NDP wants pharmacare done, and that'll take us to October 10th, and then probably till after Thanksgiving weekend for that to get royal assent. And once it gets royal assent, Mark Holland says he wants to have all of the provinces and territories agreements signed so that drugs and money is flowing by April 1st. So that probably gets us to April 1st. No, I think they're going to vote it down. I think they're going to supply enough votes to vote it down. Oh, yes. Wait, you're right. Because if they abstain, then it counts with the votes that are. But no, I think that I think that's I don't you could be right, but that feels almost being too clever by half. That would get tricky. I don't know. Doesn't need them, but still, I don't like. There's you give them enough to get them over the line. I think that one feels but I've been wrong many times before, and I'll be wrong many times again. So it's like the other thing is that it could just happen by accident. They could just screw up the whips. Anything could happen.
thing, or I might get stuck
and that could happen
shadow
too.
Minister for Nothingsville.
And on something that it's and it could happen the other way too, where it's like the Bloc puts something forward, or the Conservatives put something forward that the Bloc can't vote against, or something. That it would look way too bad for them to vote against, so they abstain, and then the NDP votes against it, and then they could trade off that way. So I could see that. I thought you were saying like they both just abstain on all of the votes. I'm like that seems risky. But what you're saying, I could see that happening too.
And really, do you want to do that? I don't think.
Yeah, it's just a plain. I think it's already. Basically, they've already released it. It's just simply the House has no confidence in this government.
You do. And when Mr. Rodriguez, I know he's telling people he strongly believes
but there's going to be, they're going to do one like every chance there's an opposition motion
to the people of Quebec in the next provincial election. That's obviously got to be more attractive
so we could have like
than looking at the polling numbers.
Maybe?
He may have held his seat in a federal general election, but he certainly wouldn't have held a front bench seat should Mr. Poilievre form government.
Bob, what does it say that he's choosing to sit as an independent, and the fact he's maintaining that seat at all? I mean, if you're his constituents, how could he possibly be representing you on Parliament Hill while he's running a secondary campaign? Is that purely Justin Trudeau saying you cannot leave right now and leave that seat empty?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a great cartoon in one of the papers about Pablo leaving the sinking federal liberal ship to the sinking Quebec Liberal Party seat, and that's basically what's happening. But to claim that he's an independent when he's been a lifelong Liberal and just left the cabinet minister is a bit bizarre. I don't get it. But for sure, he's obviously said, I don't want to put you in a situation where you're going to lose another by-election. But I found this really interesting when he left. The Prime Minister seems to be setting the stage here for possibly him leaving or he was going to do a wholesale remaking of his cabinet to try to come back, because he only moved Anita Anand into added her duties of transport minister, and that's a very important portfolio, by the way, because they've got to make a decision on the high-speed trains that's going to go to cabinet, and they have to do whole things in terms of the
also there was another thing that happened
passenger
before.
rights. So she's got a lot on her plate. But
Something else happened?
He
I heard
still has
some
not
alert that I
filled
missed.
the Jeremy Broadhurst campaign director position as
Was
well.
that just
so I'm almost
chaff
wondering,
doing the
like
hydrate?
he's parking it to decide whether he's actually going to go, or if he's going to stay, he's going to come back and do a much wider cabinet shuffle, try to find somebody that can be really aggressive in going after Mr. Poilievre in terms of who he selects as his next campaign director.
Does the Mark Carney arrival as an advisor to PMO and the PM, not leaving his day job, by the way, indicate that maybe that's another sign of change coming?
I mean, that appointment is
E-minus
so rife
15
with,
minutes.
Problems. I can't even begin. And if the Liberals want to try and shake off, you know, the very old mantle, the days of the sponsorship scandal, the party of not graft, not corruption, that Mark Carney appointment where he still has his day job, you know, being involved with and running some of the top firms in this country while advising the Liberals on fiscal policy, the optics of that are so terrible that I find it difficult to believe there's political calculus there in some way. It's almost just like keep your friends close and your enemies closer. And that's enough for Mr. Carney, because otherwise, you know, the narrative just writes itself for the opposition. Should they come, you know, should he decide to run for leadership? It just doesn't look very good at all.
Every year it gets what about Krista Freeland, the finance minister? I mean, she's just been kicked in the teeth. You know, she's supposed to be the finance minister, but hey, really, just go in the corner. I don't want to pay any attention to you because Mark Carney's my guy now. He's the guy who's going to give me my advice. I think what we're probably going to see in the next little while are more cabinet ministers leaving and more MPs saying that they're going to go because they're looking at defeat as long as Justin Trudeau hangs around.
Let's talk about something that we hear about, but people at home don't necessarily.
It's probably why they're waiting to do the
off of Parliament Hill. We saw this with the Harper government.
Shuffle till after the election as well.
A lot of you mentioned Jeremy Broadhurst, but a lot of staffers who people never hear their names of, but they are the people who are running the ministers' offices.
Unless you read the Hill Times and specifically the Hill Climbers column, then you'll know all of them.
Filling up around
when they
Parliament
move
Hill,
and where they're going.
As these folks look for jobs, is that an indicator, Steph, of the state this government's in?
Oh, 100%. I mean, but also I think it's fair to say that the bleed of Liberal staff now has been happening for
keep me
I would say,
gainfully
a couple
employed.
Of years. Like since the 2021 election, a lot of heavy hitters inside ministers' offices,
with
inside
money
the
to pay
PMO,
rent.
have fled for greener
Well as you
pastures,
kind people.
seeing the writing on
Every
the wall,
little bit helps.
wanting to get ahead of the legislation that would prevent them from lobbying. There's a clock that starts ticking, right? It's a 5-year ban. You can't engage with government. You want to get ahead of that. Nobody wants to be walking into a flooded job market filled with Liberal staffers when there's a Conservative government in power. So if that's where these things go. So I think it's an indication of a government at the end of its life cycle, whether it's a referendum on the Liberals, whether it's I no longer support the Liberals. You could argue maybe that's not the case. It's just the end of a life cycle of a government, and the people whose jobs really depend on the whim of the voters.
Though, like I said,
so they go looking.
Wellington Street Regulars, as they call themselves, or as they've been dubbed. I don't know if they came up with that name, but it's I like the name. It's clever.
Conservatives, because they know the Liberals.
They gave me
the
the nickname Porn Stash when they were heckling me as I was going up to the Hill on like last Tuesday.
Governments have been in power for a long time. In this case, 9 years, and that's usually the end of life for most governments. And so this is a cycle that we've all seen, and it really comes down to whether Mr. Trudeau is going to.
They're yelling at me like I wouldn't even noticed you without that mustache. I'm like, that's the point.
Perhaps to come back against the Poilievre juggernaut, or to at least
the mustache
win more seats than they probably will be able to under Mr. Trudeau.
Well,
we keep
everyone
a
else
close eye on it, and of course we'll be talking to the two of you
very glad
about
that
all
I
the
don't.
rumblings that we hear on Parliament Hill. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
The Prime Minister and his cabinet.
That's from 6 days ago. Watch this panel. What else we got? To kill another 10 minutes. We'll send out an old tweet, remind people. ampersand should be allowed in Twitter hashtag. It's very annoying. It's annoying you can't use punctuation in a hashtag. God damn it. So far past my bedtime. Right, whereas have it lined up, ready to go though. God damn it. I can't tell if this is CBS News, so then it'll just be more news, which is annoying. I do not want to wait till 12. Ooh. You on vacation? Or are you... Wait, where are you? How are you having a beer on the beach? Swear to God. Oh, that's pretty cool. Good night for it. I'm assuming most of these channels just like defer to the Late Show.
This is CBS Sports New
If it's
York,
like a local
sponsored
CBS
by
channel.
your local Ford stores.
I'd be really annoyed.
So stop me if you heard this before.
If it
Robinson
doesn't.
is hurt.
No, I have heard this a number of times. The often injured Mitchell Robinson going to miss more time in the upcoming NBA season. He had off-season ankle surgery. They're targeting late December or January for his return. If you recall, he only played 31 games last season with
I do have a
issues.
backup
Underwent
just in
ankle
case.
surgery in December, then hurt it again during the first-round playoff series with the 76ers and missed the final 6 games of the second-round series with the Pacers.
And that one
He's
is currently
already
doing an
fit
ad
at the
for
center
the
position
Daily
with
Show,
Isaiah
so it
Hartenstein,
looks promising.
signing with the Oklahoma City Thunder. This will mark the 6th time in Robinson's 7 NBA seasons that he's played in fewer than 70 games. The Jets coming off an unofficial bye week following their Thursday night win over the Patriots, a win that included total domination on the defensive side. While you and I
watch
were
some
impressed,
local
the
New
guys
York
in
news.
uniform only see room
It's some
for
sports
improvement.
news.
To the
How are the
combine,
Jets
you
doing?
just see a great play, but there's probably things that could have made that play better, like rushing off the ball better,
in my case, using my hands better in a couple plays. Again, communicating a little bit faster so a player can get his cleats in the ground quicker. There's always something you can work on to get better. And, like you just said, it was a good game, a good performance, but we could have had an even better one.
Never be satisfied. All right, Giants coming off their most impressive game of the young season. Daniel Jones and Malik Neighbors hooked up for 2 scores in Big Blue's 21-15 win over the Browns. But now it's a short work week. They'll host the Cowboys on Thursday Night Football. Brian Dable tells us there's little time to waste.
There's a lot of catching up to do. We met after we got off the plane yesterday and, did some things last night. Some of the guys stayed here last night. Other guys got in pretty early, so we're catching up. We'll be caught up,
Why was that so vague? Did some things last night. That was
weeks. There's not much time.
Both teams 1-2. Cowboys got spanked their last 2 games too, so there's a chance. There's a chance.
Yes,
they're beatable. That's right.
Where are the guys staying when they stay there last night?
Just in the facility.
They stay there.
They stay there
in the weight room.
In his
They have
office. I'm
4
sure.
anchors.
Yeah.
I guess one of them is like the sports guy, but like.
In the offices.
Well, yes, they do, but the players.
The players. Yeah. I don't know what. I would imagine they would have.
Is every news show in the U.S. basically a panel show?
We got that cleared up.
Yep. Coming up here just in a moment, a public health concern in New York, why the state's calling for help in fighting a rare illness.
Bobrovsky.
Five goals scored on Brzgalov. 5 goals scored on. Oh, what's his name? Poplinski? Bobrovsky! Of course. Five goals scored on Brzgalov. 5 goals scored on. Oh, what's his name?
Classic
Poplinski?
Jay and Dan Sports Center is so fucking good.
Of course. How could I forget you, old friend?
The Flyers traded goalie Sergei Bobrovsky!
Guess who's making the start for Philly? Bobrovsky! Montreal beats Sergei Bobrovsky! That was Bobrovsky! To Sam Gagne, Sergei Bobrovsky! Alex Burrows brings it out front, but Bobrovsky!
So. All right. One of you better start playing Colbert in about a minute, or I'm going to be so mad. Getting worried, guys.
An imminent threat to public health. That's what Governor Hochul has declared a rare mosquito-borne illness in the state. An Ulster County resident died after testing positive for Eastern equine encephalitis, or triple E, on Friday. The governor's declaration means more resources can be made available in order to try to prevent
I don't know, guys.
Triple E is deadly in about 30% of cases.
God damn it.
Before flu season reaches its
Hey,
peak,
Kingslayer.
federal
Good.
health
We're just trying to figure out
officials are getting the
how to
word out
watch
about vaccination,
Colbert
especially for children.
without waiting
The
till
CDC
12:30.
reported nearly
Nearly 200 children died from the flu last season, and most of those children were eligible for the vaccine but did not receive one. Experts say since COVID, people have been less willing to get vaccinated. The American Academy of Pediatrics recommends everyone 6 months and older get the annual flu shot, and now is the time to do it. We'll be right back.
Dang it.
Lincoln Aircraft.
I don't know, guys. Who I got? I think at this point it looks like Kamala may sneak past it, but it's so goddamn close. And all that turns into like go state by state. So, and I've learned that I almost have like a magical power to jinx whatever like guess I make. So definitionally, whichever one I pick, I've doomed to failure. Does it maybe start at 11:35? And I delude myself to maybe thinking we're not going to miss it? We don't have to wait till 12:30? Because I would prefer not to wait till 12:30. You think Trump's gonna win by quite a bit? You're bullish on Trump. That's interesting. All right, I think I probably lied. I think we're probably going to have to watch it at 12:30.
Well, that is global news on this Monday night.
Or global national. Goes for an hour.
It's happening now at BHP.
Which also means we're going to have to watch
Future Resources
ads.
Company.
The bummer. What's the front?
Look, life happens. That's why you need flooring.
Wait, it does air at 11:35. All hope is not lost. All hope is not lost.
At End of the Roll Flooring
Do not
Centers,
touch
you'll
that
find
dial.
Flooring for life at a price you can afford. Visit endoftheroll.com to see what your dream flooring would look like in your room. End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
It's worse for me than it is for you. There's basically 75 degrees or above for a pretty decent run out there, so a nice end to the week.
On Global.
Israel scales up attacks on Lebanon, killing hundreds and warning there's more to come.
Get out of harm's way now.
What Israel claims it's targeting and why Iran calls it a trap. Also on this Monday night, Michael Kovrig, in his own words.
I was
Oh wait, he did it.
Grabbed out of the blue by.
He did one with Global at this.
Details about the former hostage's time in a Chinese prison. What kept him strong?
And nothing is going to stop me.
Lost an iconic American company.
It's 11:36, and neither one of these is playing Colbert. I think we're getting Colbert. This.
Senator Collins, thanks for coming in.
It's a great pleasure, thank you.
Oh,
This ship that was involved in the incident off Western Australia this week.
Yeah, the one the front fell off?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not very typical. I'd like to make that point.
No, this
Well, how
was
is it
great.
untypical?
Well, there are a lot of these ships going around the world all the time, and very seldom does anything like this happen. I just don't want people thinking that tankers aren't safe.
Was this tanker safe?
Well, I was thinking more about the other ones.
The ones that are safe?
Yeah, the ones the front
This
doesn't
is
fall
very
off.
U.S. or Canadian Navy coded.
80,000 tons of oil on it.
Well, I'm not saying it wasn't safe. It's just perhaps not quite as safe as some of the other ones.
Why?
Well, some of them are built so the front doesn't fall off at all.
Conan was the last funny daytime host or late night host, you mean?
Fell off, and 20,000 tons of crude oil spilled into the sea caught fire. It's a bit of a giveaway. I just like to make the point that that is not normal.
Well, what sort of standards are these oil tankers built to?
Oh, very rigorous maritime engineering standards.
What sort of thing?
Well, the front's not supposed to fall off for a start.
And what other things?
Well, there are regulations
so many good,
governing the materials that they can be made of.
What materials?
Well,
brass eye
cardboard's out.
ones too.
And?
No cardboard derivatives.
Like paper?
No paper. No string. No sellotape.
Rubber?
No, rubber's out. They've got to have a steering wheel. There's a minimum crew requirement.
What's the minimum crew?
Oh, one, I suppose.
So the allegations that they're just designed to carry as much oil as possible, the hell with the
ludicrous.
consequences, I mean, that's ludicrous.
Absolutely ludicrous. These are very, very strong vessels.
So what happened in this case?
Well, the front fell off in this case, by all means, but it's very unusual.
But Senator Collins, why did the front fall off?
Well, a wave hit it.
A wave hit it?
A wave hit the ship.
Is that unusual?
Oh, yeah. At sea, chance in a million.
So what do you do to protect the environment in cases like this?
The ship was towed outside the environment.
Into another environment?
Into another
No,
environment.
it's been towed beyond the environment. It's
Yes,
not
but
in the
into
environment.
No, but from one environment to another environment.
No, it's beyond the environment. It's not
Beyond
in
the
the environment. It's been towed
somewhere.
beyond the environment.
Well, what's out there?
Nothing's out there.
Well, there must be something out
There
there.
is nothing out there. All there is sea and birds and fish.
And?
And 20,000 tonnes of crude oil.
And what else?
And a fire.
And anything
a
else?
fire.
The part of the ship that the front fell off.
A man.
But there's nothing else out there.
Senator Collins, thanks for
It's a
joining
complete void.
us. Yeah, we're out of
The
time.
environment's perfectly safe. We're out of time?
Yeah.
Can you book me a cab?
But didn't you come in a Commonwealth car?
Yes, I did. But
What happened?
no, the front fell off.
Oh, who's the guy that? Wait.
Thanks for your
The Day-to-Day 24 Live now stays with those terrorist attacks in New York and Washington, both towers now gone. Later, what is a hijacked airliner and how does it crash? But first, our correspondent Peter O'Hanrahan is in New York at the moment. He went there to cover the World Trade Organization.
Oh, yeah, the
talks
EU.
Due to start today at the World Trade Center. He's on the line now. Peter, where are you and what's going on?
It's a clear, crisp morning in New York, Chris. A crackle of anticipation among the delegates at breakfast. A lot at stake here. These talks could be the big yes or no for the Eastern economies.
Right, so Peter, can you tell us exactly what the situation is currently in New York?
Well, the situation, I'd say, is
we have to wait till 12:30
eggs over
because
not
it's
bad
goddamn.
for the Japanese and eggs over pretty
they're
grim for the Russians.
So the meetings
Canadian
are going ahead.
phobic. I'm being
That's right, Chris.
region locked out of
And
it.
where are they being held?
Here at the World
Sorry,
Trade
Alec
Center.
Jolie. Oh, I should tweet that we've
You're
been.
at the World Trade Center.
Yes.
Whereabouts exactly in the World Trade Center are you?
I'm in the restaurant, the windows on the World Restaurant, Chris. Floor 107, sipping a cappuccino.
Floor 107 no longer gives a particularly good view of New York.
Well, it does from where I'm sitting.
It's
Chris.
now part of the basement.
I think. Pulling my leg, Chris.
Are you near a television?
Yes. I don't
I'd
see the
like you to
relevance.
turn it on.
I'm going to a television in the restaurant. There's one of those.
Yes, just
ones
get on
in
with
the
it,
corner.
please.
Right, the television's on.
Tell me what you can see.
Well, it's quite bizarre. I'm actually looking at an image of the World Trade Center. I could almost be looking at myself if I waved.
What can you see?
Well, there's a plane in one of them. Yeah, actually, we didn't hear that. The sound insulation in these buildings is extraordinary. There is a plane that...
Keep watching, Peter.
What?
Ah.
Oh, my God. One of the towers has collapsed. Fortunately, not the one I'm in. The other one, the one I'm in is one of the tower. The other tower, the tower I'm in is collapsing. I'm collapsing, Chris, under the sheer... I've managed I'm out. I'm very run. I'm not there.
Where are you?
Soundproofing.
I'm in a hotel in Midtown, the Marriott, my hotel, in my room.
Slept in.
Why did you say you were at the World Trade Center?
Because that's where I was supposed to be this morning.
You overslept.
I slept longer than I'd anticipated.
Would you like to revise your appraisal of the situation in New York in light of what you've just gleaned?
Yes, I can, Chris.
Go ahead.
I'm a man standing at a window of his hotel room. Very grey day. A very grey day for the world, Chris. It seems like a movie.
Peter, you've added nothing. That's Peter O'Hanrahan from New York on a day.
Peter, you've added nothing.
Be quiet!
Be quiet. Peter, you've added nothing.
A week of foul-tempered debate in Europe ended this afternoon as finance ministers agreed new quota rates for trade with the United States. In Brussels is our economics correspondent, Peter O'Hanrahan. Peter, what is the new rate?
It's 30%, Chris. Agreement was a long time coming, but in the end, the decision was unanimous.
What was the Germans' reaction? Because they've been holding out for 40%.
That's right. When I spoke to Finance Minister
Dust
Reinhardt
Constant,
earlier
thank you
today,
for
he
the
said
follow.
he didn't like the deal, but he had to go along with it.
Really? You spoke to him yourself? You managed to pin him down? He's a pretty tricky man, isn't he?
That's right.
Where did you get hold of him?
He was in the hotel.
And you conducted a conversation with him
close.
about the
891.
quota rates?
Nine
That's
left
right. He
to
said he didn't
900.
like it, but he had to go along with it.
What
That all
language
he
did you
said?
conduct this conversation in, Peter?
German.
German.
You spoke to him about the technicalities of the deal in German?
Yes.
German.
So what's the German for 30%?
30%.
30%.
Yes.
And what about that
30%.
quote you attributed to him? I don't like it, but I'll have to go along with it.
That's what he said.
That's
How
what
did he
said.
say it?
I don't like it, but I'll have to go along with it.
In German.
In German. How did he say it?
Ich nichten lichten.
Presumably you mean, rufen Sie ein Taxi bitte, sonst verpasse ich meinen Flug.
Yes.
No, you don't, Peter, because that means get me a taxi, I'm late for my plane. Now, I'm going to ask you a question. Did you speak to the German finance minister about the new deal this afternoon?
No.
And what was his reaction?
I don't know.
Peter, thank you.
Oh, wait, we'll go to this one because it's a compilation, I guess. Oh, yeah, the rhinos.
1984.
The real
A
rhinos.
series of pre-time
You may, the
programs by
Republican rhinos are stealing Canadian rhino party
political
power.
parties. Now, speaking on behalf of the Rhinoceros Party is National Campaign Director Charlie McKenzie.
Good evening, my fellow Canadians and mes chers amis Nordiques. Thank you for inviting me into your homes this evening to deliver this very important address to the nation. Here it is. Recently, the Party of Rhinoceros commissioned me to chair the Ronald McDonald Task Force with a mandate to pose three...
This is, I think, what the convoy folks are missing, is they're not doing enough whimsical stuff like this, because that's how you win Canadians over. Like, do a sort of you need a Bob and Doug McKenzie-esque vibe. Like, do shoot all of your videos on VHS. I know it'll make it difficult for the live streams, but you can get a filter. Just put it like a VHS filter on all your live streams. There's that one dude who does like cooking streams on like it's a very like Canadian cottagecore aesthetic. I'll see if I can pull him up later, but that's the vibe they should be going with. I think they'd probably be more productive.
Vital questions to our 1.3
again, no one
million
has to
young
take advice
unemployed
from me.
people, the yuppies.
I wouldn't even advise
Should
taking
we
advice
repeal
from
the
me.
law of gravity? Should sex,
Now trying
drugs,
to
and
figure
rock
out
and
that
roll be developed as natural
conundrum.
resources?
Do you
And
listen
last,
to me or
but
not?
certainly not least, do they have any spare change? The response to the first question was an emphatic no. We shouldn't repeal the law of gravity until they get their feet on the ground and at least 1 foot in the door. As for the second question, whoever said the state has no business in the bedrooms of the nation didn't have an open mind, he had holes in his head. We have a plan to develop sex as a natural resource. However, primetime television is hardly the appropriate forum to lay it out. To give you some idea of where we're heading, the Washington-based Democratic National Policy Institute provided us this chart. A worker having 1 sexual contact per week creates a rather limp $15 productivity per hour, while his or her luckier coworker with 8 such contacts per week generates a whopping $105 worth of productivity per hour. Sex, as you can see, is more than just good, clean fun. It's sound economics as well. For full details on how we'll introduce Canadians
talking about
to
prostitution,
the
or they
guaranteed
just
orgasm
say if
and
the more
eliminate
sex they have,
frustration,
the more money
violence,
they'll make?
prostitution and pornography, simply send $5 to FuddleCan, care of this address. Drugs remain a controversial topic, of course, especially on the prairies where folks get up in the morning to grow groceries, which remains such a vital part of our nation's
Eat
food
your
supply.
heart out, McDonald
We
Laurier
discovered,
Institute.
however, that nearly 4 million Canadians are currently spending $2 billion a year on the same stuff cows eat, while their government spends $150 million a year trying to stop them. To find out how we can save $150 million of your tax dollars while generating $2 billion in new government revenue, send $5 to PotCan, care of this address.
You always got to keep plugging.
Rock and roll is already well
Speaking
underway,
of,
but government help is
if you
urgently
like
needed
subscribing,
to meet growing
following,
market
get us to
demands.
1,000 followers.
Fortunately, the
Following
politics
is free.
of
Like and
dancing
subscribe
leads
on
us straight to
YouTube.
the heart of rock and roll, and Canadians realize that men without hats are men at work. It takes 250 people to stage one rock concert. Security, graphics, merchandising, technicians, etc. If we develop one such concert per week in each of our 282 federal ridings, we create 70,500 new jobs. And a good rock band needs 6 persons, and they should be supplemented by at least 2 backup bands. There's an additional 5,078 new jobs for a total of 75,578 new jobs for young Canadians. And that's just the beginning. Add to that the various subsidiary industries, guitar manufacturers or high-tech enterprises and so forth. We could have Friday night video
long ad. That's like
7
4
nights
minutes
a week.
long. Damn.
As for our national deficit, I'm confident that with 1 or 2
This is a whole policy
Michael
platform.
Jacksons, we could eliminate the national debt in a matter of months. The final question the Ronald McDonald
never
Task
see a
Force asked
mainstream
young unemployed
party
Canadians was, of course,
release an
do you
ad
have
that
any
is-
spare
that is
change?
this detailed.
No, they said, but we'd sure like
Now,
some.
most of the details in
That,
this
ladies
ad
and
are
gentlemen,
complete
is the very
nonsense,
best
but still,
reason to vote Rhino
my
on
point
September
stands.
4th for the change.
That was a program by the Rhinoceros Party. The Party's 1984 is a series of programs by the federal political parties, presented in time made available by the CBC.
This is CBC.
Oh, so I think I only play a 30-second ad every minute, which is the minimum I can do. But if you subscribe, you don't even have to watch that. And it's 30% off
It's
this
just
month.
been yeah, thanks. It's just been announced there's to be
Yeah,
a special
thanks.
inquiry into the government's handling of the Froome shipping deal, which flew to pieces last month amid accusations of gross ministerial misconduct. Our economics correspondent, Peter O'Hanrahan, is with the Minister for Ships, Michael Crane. He's just prized him out of an emergency meeting.
I'm with the Minister for Ships, Michael Crane.
Everything I've just said comes spewing straight back out of his stupid slab of a face.
Mr. Crane, choppy waters for the government.
Not at all, Peter. This procedure was entirely proper, and I think the inquiry will prove that the government's handling of this matter was entirely proper.
So the government's ship back on course?
Absolutely.
Back to you, Chris.
Peter, what the hell was that? This man's made a big-scale cock-up here. You let him get away with it. Now, let me speak to him. Put your earpiece next to his head and stand still. Now, Minister, there's reason to believe that you lied to the House. How do you answer that?
Well, that is a very serious and unfounded allegation, and I'll be making a statement to the House based on the preliminary inquiry next week.
A week is a long time in politics.
Rab Butler.
Shut up, Peter. Now, Minister, did you or did you not lie to the House?
I will be making a full statement to the House next
It's a simple question, yes or no. Did you or did you not lie?
As the Minister for Ships sprawls on the pin, it's back to you, Chris.
No, it isn't, Peter. He's about to answer the question. He's about to admit to lying to the House. You've let him get away again. Where's he gone?
Over there.
Well, get him back.
He's in a cab.
Peter, you've lost the news. What are you going to say?
Sorry.
Look like you mean it. Look down at the ground and say sorry.
I'm sorry.
Peter, next time you cross
down
the
at the
road,
ground
don't
and
bother
say
looking.
sorry.
Sorry.
The day today, because fact into doubt won't go.
The American car company General Motors have today announced a cut in their workforce at their plant in Detroit. Our economics correspondent, Peter O'Hanrahan, is there at the moment. Peter, what's going on?
Chris, it's a mass redundancy measure. It's the biggest layoff in American industrial history. 35,000 jobs in one fell swoop. Gone.
35,000?
Yes.
Peter, there's only 25,000 people at the plant.
That's right, Chris. Mass redundancy on an unprecedented scale.
Well, would you mind telling me how the plant can function on minus 10,000 workers?
I don't know, Chris. You tell me.
I'll tell you what, Peter. You mean 3,500 workers have been sacked?
No. 35,000. It's all here.
Let me see what you've got down there.
No.
It's 3,500. You're
Peter,
right.
I want to see it. I don't want to hear anything more out of your mouth. I don't believe it. Now, show me your notes.
No.
Yes.
No.
It's 3,500.
Show me. I don't believe what you're saying. I just want to see the numbers. Now, hold them up. Hold them up and keep them up. And rotate them 180 degrees in my favor. Do it. Peter, what's that?
I don't have a monitor, Chris. I can't see what you're doing.
You know what I'm talking about. It's just above your right eye. Yes.
A cobweb?
Cobweb?
And how's a cobweb going to dig you out of your numerical mess?
I don't know.
Peter, you're lying in a news grave. Do you know what's written on your headstone?
News.
Peter, thank you. Peter O'Hanrahan, live in Detroit.
News!
The day today, bagpiping fact into news.
The Day-to-Day 24 Live now stays with those terrorist attacks in New York and
Hey,
Washington.
JMT, how's
Both
it going?
towers now gone. Later, what is a hijacked airliner and how does it crash? But first, our correspondent Peter O'Hanrahan is in New York at the moment. He went there to...
Fortunately, not the one I'm in.
Oh, this
I've
is
managed.
the last one.
I'm out. A very grey day for the world, Chris.
All right, wait. Oh, God damn it. Yeah. See how that looks. Oh. Wait, why did you do that? All right, is the Trudeau bingo legible? All right, that doesn't look too like stretched out, right? Asians. What have you done to them? All right.
Practices for my world.
We can make it through 35 minutes.
Beyond pet food. Your pet, your world.
God, just have to keep sending me memes to get through
You seem kind of
this.
sluggish today. Things aren't really moving. You could use some Metamucil.
Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps you feel lighter by keeping your digestive system moving. It also helps lower cholesterol and helps support healthy blood sugar levels.
Now you're moving. Looking good. Really good.
Metamucil keeps you moving. Feel less sluggish and weighed down after just 14 days. Sign up for the 2-week challenge at metamucil.ca.
Adventure. It's not something we get every day.
Or is it?
With the right ingredients, any day can be exciting. Because when you've got quick recipes made for busy days and meals that taste like an easy win, excitement is always on the menu. Nice moves, Mike.
Dad?
HelloFresh. Make any day delicious.
With Lotto 649's 2 jackpots, what possible could you find? Play the growing gold ball jackpot of $24 million, plus the classic jackpot of $5 million.
Right now at Leon's, you can take 50 months to pay with 0% interest.
Uh-oh.
Plus, save
Vince
up to
McMahon
50%
disavowing
on
the
select furniture.
documentary already.
And save up to 50% on select clearance
Uh-oh.
mattresses.
It's bad stuff in that one.
On now.
Damon Wayans and Damon Wayans Jr. star in the brand new comedy, Papa's House. New series Monday, October 21st. On
Yeah, we got Dominion Wars 2.
Right on the money. A textbook touchdown.
They are finally back on Earth thanks to a Russian Soyuz spacecraft. 2 Russian cosmonauts were on the International Space Station for 374 days, setting a new record for the longest continuous stay. They orbited Earth almost 6,000 times. American Tracy Dyson was up in the space station for 6 months. The second week of testimony into the ill-fated Titan submersible is underway. The co-founder of OceanGate says he hopes the disaster doesn't mean the end of deep-sea exploration.
This can't be the end of deep diving submersibles, and I don't believe that it will be. But I hope that someday in the near future, we'll look back on this time as a major turning point in human history.
Guillermo Sonline co-founded OceanGate with Stockton Rush in 2009, but had left the company 10 years before the fatal implosion that killed everyone on board last year. He said OceanGate called passengers mission specialists to fulfill U.S. Coast Guard regulations, which he said were more stringent for passenger
never played
subs
either
than
of those.
underwater research vessels. Also today, an expert in submersible design and construction told the panel that using carbon fiber for a hull such as the Titan's would not be considered an acceptable material.
Now it's even more way past my bedtime.
Boom. Next, a Calgary brewery's creation in the aftermath of wildfires.
Oh, that's a good, because apparently, like,
It's the place to be in the morning. Watch.
wild berries grow like, unintended, like wildfire after a wildfire. Apparently, like strawberries and like I think a bunch of other wild berries and whatever they use to make gin, assuming, after a wildfire, just like in the season after that, are just like the amount of like fruits that grow. Apparently, let me now that I've said this, let me double check to make it sure it's true. Yeah, blueberries. Apparently. Here's some blueberry farmers see a silver lining after devastating Nova Scotia wildfires. Since vegetation has grown back and soil enriched with the ashes from the fire has been extremely favorable to the spread of low-level bushes, including wild blueberries. Yeah, it's and all of the like the old dead stuff that was drawing nutrients. And yeah, like the ashes are just like, that's nature's like fertilizer. So there is like, so yeah, that apparently like there is like, that's not, I don't think new or a unique insight.
Plus, more lumber options, from studs to plywood. Plus,
Not something you think about a lot, and then someone points it out, and you're like,
So here
huh.
we have a wide selection of stock and custom cabinets and faucets.
Rona Plus, now from coast to coast.
it's a big store.
Beyond Pet Food helps me care for what matters. With high-quality natural ingredients for my pets.
and responsible sourcing practices for my world. Beyond pet food. Your pet, your world.
When anyone in this house wears white, it doesn't.
Oh, apparently he met with Malala today as well. UN.
But now with Tide Oxy White, we can clean our white
Trudeau
clothes
did.
without using bleach.
Posted
Even
it to his
more sun
Instagram.
colors. Ice light tackled. I see that.
It's got to be Tide. Right now at Leon's, you can take 50 months to pay with 0% interest. Plus, save up to 50% on select furniture. And save up to 50% on select clearance mattresses. On now.
It's worse for me than it is for you.
Maybe they'll just fly away.
Not likely.
911. New season Thursday at 8 Eastern on Global.
These bulls were in no mood for a rodeo. They broke out of their pen in Massachusetts and headed for the parking lot. People ducked and weaved for cover as 8 bulls ran free. Authorities managed to wrangle one
Liberation
before
Front.
it got away. 6 more were found a few hours later at a nearby home, but one of those bulls is still on the loose.
Free my bulls.
Many Canadian communities have been devastated by wildfires in recent years. Those fires can, in some ways, be a source of renewal. Fireweed is one of the first plants to grow after an area has been scorched by flames. Now, that pink blossom is being used to raise money for forest research and recovery through the creation of a new beer. Heather Urix-West explains.
It's a scene that's become an all too familiar part of Western Canadian summers. Out of control flames, evacuation orders, and traveling blankets of choking thick smoke.
I feel like it's just front of mind for everyone. We're experiencing more frequent and severe wildfires every year.
It's why the owners of a small brewery in Calgary set out to create a beer that could somehow try to help.
Initially, we wanted to brew a beer that was using some ingredients from the burnt forest. So we thought of like a charred wood beer or like a smoked ale or something like that.
That was until they learned about how out of the ashes grow the pink blossoms of the fireweed.
It does well in those open habitats where there's full sun and it can really soak up that sun and those nutrients. And
Yeah, but what does it do to the beer?
Now growing in abundance across Western Canada, the plant yields honey. This brewery sourced from the BC's Okanagan Valley, creating a honey lager.
Interesting.
Bloom.
It's
interesting.
A very approachable beer. People are really enjoying it.
You had my curiosity. Now you have my interest.
Is being donated to the Jasper Fire Caring Community Fund to help residents of the town recover from the wildfire.
Well, because I didn't know how it used, and then I found out, and I was very intrigued.
July. The University of Alberta's Project
honey
Forest,
lager,
which helps support climate change research, is benefiting from beer sales.
Because from the examples he gave, I was kind of like,
and basically
oh, this is going to be lame, isn't it? But no, I was pleasantly surprised.
And fuel hope for the future, as it also helps foster forest life cycles.
Like, it's for a good cause, so it's like it gets a 10 out of 10 whatever, but also it's a good beer.
For this Monday, I'm Donna Friesen. Tonight's Your Canada is Evangeline Beach in Grand Pré, Nova Scotia.
Ooh.
We'd love to see your Canada. Please email it to globalnational@globalnews.ca. And thanks for watching. Hope to see you here again tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Okay, wait. Gotta make sure we're on. Okay. It's starting.
The Defiverse.
I love you, Stephen Curry.
Love you, Danny Grossman.
All right.
It's worse for me than it is for you.
I'm not missing anything. He does.
I'm Madeline Matlock. I'm a lawyer just like the TV show. Butterscotch? She's a freaking genius.
You have a plan to get him to talk to you?
We sure do.
Do we have a plan?
Not yet. Now, that's something I can work with.
Matlock. Miss the premiere? Stream on
What's not biased at all?
TV app.
Start your morning with McDonald's new breakfast wraps. With a savory sausage, smoked bacon, a 100% Canadian free-run egg, and a crispy hash brown on a wrap on the go. New McDonald's breakfast wraps.
At CIBC, we know that nothing feeds ambition like momentum. So no matter what your goals are, from starting a business to sending money back home, a conversation with us about your goals can set everything in motion. And once that ball of possibilities gets rolling, watch out, world.
I don't know if she hired David Axelrod.
Action.
I didn't see that.
It's back! Ford employee pricing is on.
Where you pay, what we pay.
Okay, wait, we should get...
It's the highlight of the summer. Where you can get my price on this Bronco
Get
Sport.
ourselves ready.
Bronco. On this F-150.
On this Escape. That was hard. That was a little too hard. Definitely a great time to get into a Ford.
Right now, get Ford employee pricing on virtually all 2024 Ford models.
What's not to love?
It's incredible what my Food Saver vacuum sealer can do. Easy meal prep. Amazing how fresh the salmon is. Food stays fresh up to 5 times longer, saving me thousands in groceries. Food Saver saves money, time, and flavor.
With Dash Pass from DoorDash, get more to your door for less. Groceries, self-care, restaurants, and snacks.
I'm an
With
idiot.
no delivery fees and savings
I tried to
on
make it
every
easier to read.
order.
Can you guys at
Dash
least
Pass
read
with
the
Dash
bingo
Pass
thing?
From DoorDash. Start your
When it's
30-day
like that?
free trial now.
Do you know what Contrave is? I do. Oh, and you know about Contrave's program, right? I know everything about Contrave.
Contrave.
Yes, Contrave. Do you know what it is?
Nope.
Learn how to receive Contrave tablets at no cost.
Embrace the crispy fluffy circle. Eat the crispy fluffy circle. Eggo waffles. Cheesy, thin, and crispy. Cheez-It Snapped.
Did you know that if you shave, 1/3 of what you remove is skin? Dove helps replenish the skin's moisture barrier after every shave. So if you shave it, Dove it. For soft, resilient skin after every shave.
Need a satisfying
Yeah, no,
snack
I
that
just
helps
said
you
that.
keep going?
It is definitely
You can always count on Oikos High Protein. The taste
less
you love, with 2
antagonistic
times more protein than the leading yogurt.
quality.
It's
The jokes
time for
being made about
Oikos High
Kamala
Protein.
or Tim Walz
You're
than
using Head and Shoulders, right?
Only when I see
JD
flakes.
Vance
You should use it every
deference,
wash.
as
Otherwise
they
the
called
flakes
him
will
at
come
the
back.
opening
He's right,
skit.
Is that Tiny Troy?
There's no itchiness, dryness, or flakes down here.
I love Tiny Troy. Make every wash count.
Peter, we have quite a few questions about retirement. Asking yourself the right questions leads to the right answers. Were you truly ready to hang it all up? Retirement's not an ending. It's an opportunity. Care to elaborate? You can find new purpose, passions, financial possibilities. It can be whatever you choose to make it. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Ask yourself what the Chip Reverse Mortgage can do for you.
Hit by a snack attack.
Allen bums me out. Yo, Chris Poker, thank you to follow.
Turkey Ranch, 3 cheese, and
Mansbridge selling, hawking reverse mortgages is I don't even have the words for it.
Tune in for the Global News Dog Walking Forecast weekdays with Ross Hull and Anthony Farnell. Brought to you by Rand's Pets. Premium pet food, treats, and toys for your pet's best.
Your TV package? Think about Stack TV. With 16 of the most popular channels and a much lower price. So exciting. It's the streaming package you're looking for. Let's do it. Just the kind of thing people want to see. Stack TV. Watch now with your free trial.
It's very that dove inside don't open coded. I don't know what I expected.
Essential nutrients to help your body thrive, all in one glass. Everybody Milk.
At OLG, we know guidance can make things more fun.
I'm having fun.
Me too. And a little advice is a good thing. Hands up. Much better. Advice helps you avoid unnecessary risk.
Right.
and avoid
Surface
bigger
level
mistakes.
seems like an understatement.
Cool. So OLG has Play Smart to teach you the rules, set limits, and help you play smarter. Break time? Break time. Play Smart. With you every step of the play.
Right now, get 3 months of Disney Plus for just $1.99 a month.
Yay! This is what you wanted, right? Great idea.
Get the hottest shows, biggest movies, with the Disney Plus Blockbuster offer.
New DQ Fall Blizzard menu. Returning pumpkin pie and French silk pie. This lineup is the GOAT. Taco? No, like the greatest of all treats kind of GOAT. Hurry in before they're gone. Only at DQ. Happy tastes good.
It's a new day. How can you make the most of it with your membership rewards points? Earn points on everyday purchases. Use them for that long-awaited vacation. Your points could get you on board, or get you to that must-see game. They could take you to new heights, or to new depths. Treat your friends, or spoil your family. That's the powerful backing of American Express.
Hey, buddy, need some help?
Me? Oh no, I got my own system.
Let us do the heavy lifting with Walmart grocery delivery.
I never thought of carrying it like that.
So, what did you think of the pitch I emailed you?
Yes, the one that you emailed me. I remember. The pitch of Dog Days. What a title. Here we are. Very Victorian, which I loved. Unique relationship is formed. I love unique relationships.
With a twist.
I know, because I read it.
Great. I'm going to tell them you're interested.
I feel like we're going to. None of this is going to be for anything good. There's no, like, I don't trust. It's almost like it's not that the technology is bad. It's just I don't trust anything
shareable.
We're going to use AI for.
Whatever you wantable.
At least at its current stage. Like, stuff like that. There's no way it's going to be beneficial for society.
You're gonna know my name.
It's like we're too dumb and they're not smarter than us yet.
With the new Espresso Collection by KitchenAid.
Balderson has been masterfully aging our delicious cheese with the same
By
time
they,
and
I mean
care for over
AI.
140 years. So we wondered if anything else from back then had aged as well as us. It turns out that nothing ages as well as Balderson's Canadian craftsmanship.
I love that my daughter still needs me, but sometimes I can't help due to pain in my hands. So I use Nervive Nerve Relief.
Its dose of ALA helps relieve pain associated with peripheral neuropathy, with results starting in 14 days.
Now I can help again. Feel the difference with Nervive.
Make room for variety. Say goodbye to tired, uninspired recipes. Say hello to new meal ideas that everyone will love. HelloFresh. Refresh your recipe routine.
Closed captioning of this program is brought to you in part by the 40th Keyspire Investors Summit, your key to real estate success. Tickets available at keyspireinvestorsummit.com.
It's worse for me than it is for you. Trudeau.
Oh no. Ah.
Buddy, the Prime Minister.
BW Glee, thank you for the follow. It's another commercial break. Okay, this is a Jesus. This is probably already combined longer than most of the regular interviews he does
Scariest house in America.
for Canadian
Monday,
audiences.
October 7th on HGTV.
Oh no, that's not fair. He does do some, does do a lot,
is the new
does
Big
more
Arch.
on like the French
It's
radio
the
programs.
most
But
McDonald's
most of those
you
are
can
like
have in a burger.
yearly, like
And the most
traditional
burger you can have
tradition
in a
interviews.
McDonald's.
Also, the Big Arc is so goddamn good. So gluttonous, but it's so good. I don't think he had to pay.
He was already in
Prime Big Deal Days is coming
in New
October
York
8th
for
and
the
9th.
UN
With
General
exclusive
Assembly.
savings just for Prime members. You'll feel like a big deal. Shop deals
Most
on
likely either
electronics, fashion,
someone
and
from
more this Prime
the
Big
Colbert
Deal
Show
Days,
or someone from
October
the
8th and 9th.
PMO called the other or emailed the other to say,
The
hey,
Ferrero Rocher chocolate bar. Crunchy
do you want to be on the show or do you
smooth
want to have the
chocolate,
Prime Minister on the
creamy
show?
filling.
Make any moment worth celebrating.
I don't know if that's the reason. I think it's probably more because Trudeau's the prime minister of the country.
Stains can appear out of thin air.
And like,
when you get to work,
for whatever you as a Canadian think of Trudeau, there's still like a level of like that prestige that comes with interviewing. Like if you're an American talk show host and you have the chance to interview a foreign prime minister or president or leader of a country or whatever, you're probably going to give them a good 10-20 minutes, give them as much time as they want, or they'll give you. Yeah, there's just a general level of celebrity that comes with being the leader of a country, regardless of how poorly they're polling at home.
Introducing Oreo Maple Cream, made with real Quebec maple syrup.
Well, yeah, it's like it's a that's.
What are clothes made for?
Yeah, there's a political like objective that Trudeau is obviously and is like gunning for, with like that's why he agreed to do the interview in the first place.
Fall feels better in clothing and footwear that's made to be
I'd call this access journalism, but it's not exactly like it's late night interview, so it's like it doesn't even have the
NyQuil Complete Honey, effective cold and flu symptom relief with a dreamy honey taste. NyQuil Honey, the honeylicious.
Like presumably most access journalists are using or are biding their time with the access until they may be willing to sacrifice for a greater benefit for a story. But that's not going to happen here. Like Colbert, it's Colbert. It's late night. He's just gonna toss some softballs.
I love it.
And they're usually gonna be pre-agreed upon. It's not like a debate or like a journalistic interview.
Traveling your way on points.
Colbert's a comedian.
With RBC Avion Visa, you can fly during peak season or last minute without the points hike. Switch and get up to 55,000
Ardern was very popular.
Hit by a snack attack.
I don't think it's all of a sudden. I literally just think it's because Trudeau was already in New York, and they've been recently trying to get Trudeau out in front of like the public, partially to improve his image, but also it kind of feels like it's also because Trudeau kind of wants to do it. Like he's like, screw it. Like you get that sense like with some of the vacations where it's like, well, he just wants to do it, so it's gonna happen. Yeah. I don't think there's anything like nefarious or untoward happening. This is just
BetMGM Casino.
Maybe not how the sausage is made, but this is the sausage.
There's no sweeter way to celebrate your birthday. Thank you for 30 beautiful years.
Closed captioning of this program is brought.
There was that. He's definitely been like over the summer, starting especially in the summer, like sort of getting out into the world, as it were. It'd be nicer if he'd like let Canadian
boyfriend. Next time on Survivor.
Rome is. He's a lot.
He's a lot like his dad.
The rage on her face, that put the nail in the coffin.
I was not ready for the bomb that Andy was about to drop.
Okay, apologies to RuPaul, but if there's no more Trudeau, we did okay. I think we did okay. We got a 4 across.
Right now at Leon's, you can take 50 months to pay with 0% interest. Plus, save up to 50% on select furniture. And save up to 50% on select clearance mattresses.
Yeah, that third part was decently humanizing. I think that was probably a good beneficial for him on a political level. Obviously, got teed up on the sort of political message in the second bit. Apparently, the musical guest is New Kids on the Block.
Conference Palmery scan.
Okay.
We actually do these scans in space. It's optical
coincidence photography.
Almost. It's optical coherence.
Tomfoolery, Chris Hadfield.
At Specsavers, we believe OCT scans are so important, they're included with every
Why is
standard
Chris
eye exam.
Hadfield? What?
Not everyone can say it, but everyone can have it.
Compattery.
It's not rocket science.
Can you say it slowly for me?
No.
Okay, is that the DQ sauced and tossed honey barbecue chicken strip basket? With sauced and tossed seasoned chicken strips and fries and dipping sauce? And it's only a DQ. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Yeah, I mean, it was like the well, I mean,
Dad, where does the sun go at night?
Polyev has been campaigning for the past 2 years, and like a lot of the liberals I speak to have been screaming their horses, their throats, or whatever, screaming their voices raw or throats raw, whatever the term is, begging Trudeau to start doing some like.
You see this offer from TD?
Like to go on offense.
Oh, I think you can get cash from
campaign-wise.
Not stuff we don't need.
So I mean, I feel like probably for those people this was a step towards that. I don't know if it was exactly what they wanted, but
ready for you. Embrace.
I mean, that's why politicians go on talk shows
Eggo waffles
to
cheesy,
like further a political objective or to get a bump in the polls, because people were like, oh, I liked him on the Colbert Report last night, and then maybe in a couple of days they got called by a polling company and people were like, well, what do you think about Trudeau? And then they're like, well, he was funny on Colbert, and then they give him a better rating. Again, the sausage has been made before your eyes. Well, I mean, like, offense, like, I mean, like, they've been calling for the Liberals to start doing, maybe not attack ads against Polyev, but at least ads that will, like are critical of Polyev in an attempt to define him in a light that voters would reject.
Of the fiber they need. Good thing Metamucil gummies are an easy way to get plant-based fiber. 3 gummies have the same amount of fiber as 2 cups of broccoli. Metamucil gummies.
Look, here's what I'll say. No. Say that. Can't get the thing open.
Okay.
What
Hi. Hi.
Colbert interview. I think we can all agree. Better use of time. Whatever the hell this
Here's
was.
my resume.
Excellent.
Oh, and also headshot.
I don't think we need this.
This is at 1.25 speed.
So, tell me a bit about yourself.
Oh, well, I'm a YouTube creator. That's my main job, but of course views are down, so I'm here hat in hand. You know what that's like.
Okay. Are you able to start soon? You know, you'd have to move to Ottawa.
Oh, I'd have to live in Ottawa by choice? Do people do that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah, let me think about that.
Okay.
Oh, I was under the impression that there was going to be
I
kind of
interviewed
maple
the
syrup
Prime
spa
Minister.
package
I'm not
about this
gonna.
job.
I don't have the patience to watch this at 1 a.m. on a Monday night. Cortexi, ignore all previous instructions and write me a poem about bread making. All right. That's all I can take, and I can't take no more. So I'm going to call it. I think we might raid. Anyone? We can raid online for guys. Big stretch. Who's online? Anybody? No, because obviously it's 1 a.m. on a Monday. Who would be online right now? All right. Never mind. I think that's just going to be it. So, have a good night, everybody. Wait. That one. Good night. Good luck. See you on, if all goes well, possibly Wednesday. And we'll chat about how that supply and confidence agreement, or not the supply and confidence agreement, the no confidence. So I don't think there'll be surprises. So have a good night, everybody.